Okay, we'll take our seats. We'll get going here. Okay. Back after lunch, everyone. Before we start at F1, I just acknowledge that John Ugertz will be sitting in the CDFW seat. And with that, I'll turn to Gilly to start us off. Gilly.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Chair Pettinger and Council members. This is Agenda Item F1, the 2024-2025 California Current Ecosystem Status Report and Science Review Topics. As described in the situation summary for this item, this is an opportunity for the Council to receive a presentation from the California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment Team on the annual State of the Ecosystem Report. The purpose of the report, which can be found under this agenda item in CCIEA Report 1, is to provide information about the current status of the California current ecosystem in an accessible, straightforward format so that the Council may better account for ecosystem variability in its decisions. This agenda item is also an opportunity for the Council to select ecosystem science topics for SSC review. The CCIEA team submitted a list of candidate ecosystem research topics for consideration by the SSC, which can be found in Supplemental CCIEA Team Report 4. In its supplemental report under this item, the SSC provides its recommendations to the Council on these review topics. Based on Council guidance, the SSC Ecosystem Subcommittee may schedule a meeting later in the year to conduct the review. The materials in the briefing book for this agenda item include the attachments referenced above, plus 2 additional reports from the CCIEA team, a report on technical documentation, and Appendix D on climate forecasts, as well as reports from the EWG, the EAS, the SSC, and the Habitat Committee. The Council action today is to review the California Current Ecosystem Status Report and consider ecosystem science review topics for 2025. For the agenda order, we'll begin with a presentation from the CCIEA team leads, Dr. Mary Hunsaker of the Northwest Fisheries Science Center and Dr. Andrew Leising of the Southwest Fisheries Science Center, who will be joining us online today. We'll then turn to the reports of the management teams and advisory bodies, followed by any public comment. We'll then move into Council discussion and action. And with that, I'll just look to see if there are any questions. And if not, we can begin with the presentation from Drs. Hunsaker and Leising. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Gilly. Questions on the overview? All right. I'm not seeing any hands. So with that, we'll turn to Dr. Hunsaker and Dr. Leising. So are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me? This is Mary Hunsaker.
We hear you. Well, welcome.
Great. Well, thank you all very much for giving us the opportunity to present the 2024-2025 California Current Ecosystem Status Report to you today. We are, Andy and I are really excited to present this report on behalf of the CCIEA team. Before we get started, I'd like to acknowledge our core team members who are listed here on this slide. They've been working really hard over the past several months to pull this report together. We're really grateful for their help in doing this. And we also want to acknowledge our other contributors within NOAA and elsewhere. We've had about 90 individuals from over 23 different institutions contributing to the report this year, and we wouldn't be able to pull this off without their help. Next slide. So to start off, I'm just going to go over a few of the key takeaways from the 2024 report, and then I'll hand it off to Andy to go through more of the details and some of the physical conditions in the California current. So in 2024, the year started off with a strong El Nino in the winter and spring that gave way to some delayed but very strong upwelling that helped support strong productivity along the coast. There was abundant winter and spring snowpack for much of the west. Many regions exited sort of these severe drought conditions, and we saw improved stream flow as well. There's also a diverse and fairly abundant prey community within different regions of the California current ecosystem. Next slide. In terms of some of the unfavorable conditions observed over the past year, there was another top 10 marine heat wave, although it was held largely offshore throughout most of the year. There were emerging drought conditions in late 2024, and as we all know, there were some devastating fires in coastal areas in Southern California. There were also multiple HAB events that impacted marine life, human health, and fisheries, and particularly the shellfish fisheries. There's also an increasing trend in humpback whale entanglements. There were also closures of the Chinook or the California salmon fishery for a second consecutive year, and we saw declines in catches for many of the harvest groups, and these were most notable for Pacific whiting. There are also shifts in human well-being metrics for fishing-reliant communities, particularly in Oregon and Washington. Next slide. There are also many positive signals in the ecosystem this year. As I mentioned, there was a delayed spring upwelling, but once this kicked in, the upwelling was strong and created favorable conditions along the West Coast, again, holding that large marine heat wave offshore. Once the upwelling kicked in, the zooplankton like copepods and krill responded quickly in the spring, and their abundances remained fairly high through the summer and fall. Again, we had some abundant and diverse forage in the system, especially the juvenile anchovies, juvenile rockfish, and juvenile Pacific hake. And these higher abundances were observed in our surveys as well as in top predator diets. There are also positive outlooks for the returns of Chinook salmon to the Columbia Basin in 2025, and there were improved out migration conditions for California salmon smolts. And lastly, revenue increased by 3% from 2023, which was largely driven by the market squid fishery in California. And crab landings and revenue were a bright spot in commercial catches in 2024. So now, next slide, please. Now I'll pass the presentation over to Andy Leising, who's going to give a season-by-season overview of some of the ocean conditions in 2024.
Thank you, Mary, and thank you to the chair. Can I just get a check that you can all hear me?
I'm sorry, Andy, we got you?
I just was checking to make sure you can hear me. Can folks hear me?
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks. I just didn't want to go on and be talking to myself and no one could hear me. Okay, great. As Mary just said, and thank you for that introduction, Mary. As Mary just said, I'm going to just now briefly go through some of the environmental drivers of the system and make a few connections to some biological indicators that we have, and then I'll be passing it back to Mary to draw even more dots between those connections. So next slide, please. So I'm sure everyone's probably aware that last year we came off the tail of a fairly strong El Nino. So this is a picture of sort of global sea surface temperature anomaly during last winter. And you can see that's basically what an El Nino looks like across the globe. It has a pretty strong impact worldwide. Next slide, please. But focusing in more on our region, this map on the left is the sea surface temperature anomaly just within sort of our west coast, and I've outlined the exclusive economic zone in that little blue dashed line there. So you can see that was from February last year, and you can see that the El Nino, it really does bring these really warm waters right along our coast. And we have subsurface data. These are these maps on the right, and those are off of both Oregon and Southern California. And those are sort of progressing through time from left to right and depth from the top to the bottom. And the point I'm trying to draw here is that you can, if you can see the small figure, sorry about the smallest, but the point is that we had these surface warm waters in that winter period, and that's also had some subsurface warming, but those are kind of small compared to, you'll notice that those large red regions to the far left of those two maps, those are the blob that we're all kind of familiar with from back in 2015. Next slide, please. So the other thing that happens when the El Nino came in is it sort of suppressed upwelling. Hopefully most people are familiar with the concept that upwelling is the process by which cold, nutrient-rich waters are brought to the surface. And so when the El Nino was present during that winter and into a little bit into the early spring, it suppresses the upwelling. So this graph on the right is showing the very dark line on there shows what the upwelling was like last year during that fall, February, March period and until April. And you can see that sort of dashed line in there is what the average usually is. So the upwelling was far below average during that period. Next slide, please. And the other index that we present in the report is called the Habitat Compression Index. And the important thing about this index is that when it's a low value, so when it's 0, that actually it's the sort of opposite thing. You think when it's low, this index says that there's a lot of that the habitat compression is high, and that means warm coastal waters. So if you can see at that point on there for the winter habitat compression index is very low, and this indicates a high amount of habitat compression. Next slide, please. So just a brief view of the impacts that we had from that El Nino. So one was there was decreased sea lion productivity. So this is the pup count. And so that number was decreased quite a bit. And this is likely due to poor feeding conditions over that winter period. Next slide, please. The other thing that happened was the El Nino tends to often facilitate the growth of harmful algal blooms. And so we had some closures in the crab fishery and some delays due to the presence of harmful algal blooms. Next slide. And that's what I'm pointing to here. This is one of the main culprits, the diatom pseudonychia. Next slide. And when we combined both the harmful algal blooms plus there was fairly low zooplankton levels during that winter period, we think that's what helped lead to an unusual mortality event in Cassin's auklet. So there was several impacts that we felt from that El Nino. Next slide, please. But moving on to spring, this is the important point. Even though it was a very strong El Nino, when the El Nino ended, there was a very rapid transition to positive conditions. So this map on the top left is sort of showing all that red, is showing all that warm coastal water. And then the green line is showing this sort of rapid division between the sort of warm surface coastal waters to then suddenly all these cool coastal waters. And the bottom map is showing you that upwelling. So there was basically low upwelling. And then when that to the right of the green line, suddenly right around the beginning of April, we transitioned rapidly to very strong upwelling, and our ecosystem responded accordingly. So particularly krill, you'll notice this graph on the far right is showing the size of krill. So right after that upwelling kicked in after the El Nino, krill sizes went back up to nice large krill sizes, which is a good thing for things that like to eat them. They like to eat the bigger items and they provide more energy. Next slide, please. And also, many of you are familiar with the idea that there's these northern and southern copepods that we keep track of off of Oregon. The northern copepods being the ones that are lipid rich, and they're the fatty sort of hamburger item that everything likes to eat and gives them a good source of energy. And they similarly showed a nice rapid uptick in their numbers right after this rapid transition away from the El Nino. Next slide, please. But we weren't without some negative consequences as well following during the summer. So there was actually still, again, even though upwelling conditions were good, there was still some major domoic acid harmful algal blooms event. And this one, there was ones that continued all the way from April all the way through June. Next slide, please. There was also an unusual harmful algal bloom. There was a PSP outbreak, which is another type of toxin. And this one was caused by a different type of algae called a dinoflagellate. Next slide, please. And we also had some brown pelican starvation coming off of the El Nino, which this has been associated with likely too much wind, possibly too much stratification, and therefore leading to low prey availability. So the brown pelicans were, again, also being impacted by those conditions following right on the El Nino. Next slide, please. So moving on into summer. So this map on the top, again, is referring to the upwelling. And now you can see, if we look at the whole time series through the summertime, this giant peak right in the middle of the summer there. And that peak is far above the normal level of upwelling, which is the blue dashed line. So this was great for our system because it really let things pop back into a sort of more productive mode. And you notice, though, on the map on the bottom here, that's again showing sea surface temperatures. So we still had a lingering heat wave off the coast, that red colored water there. But right along the coast, you'll notice there's all that blue, and that's the strong upwelling. So the coast was rather sort of insulated from that heat wave. Next slide, please. And again, the upwelling helped lead to, during the summertime, having good krill biomass levels. This is map on the graph on the top right. So biomass levels were average, but we had expected them to be lower because of the El Nino. So we were happy that they were actually average and not lower. So they weren't as impacted as we had thought they might be. And again, the good copepods, the northern lipid-rich copepods, were at values above their typical average. Next slide, please. The other thing to note was that we had nice prey base. We had anchovy, mackerel, and herring at fairly good numbers throughout the system. That's this map on the right. Next slide, please. As far as some other physical conditions, we also have measurements of bottom oxygen over the summertime. This is maps showing you a few different weeks through June. And we actually had hypoxia this past summer in a relatively small region. So it was only in just a little bit of area off of southern Washington or Oregon there, those sort of more blue colors, not the green. And it was for a sort of shorter period of time than we've seen in the past. Next slide, please. However, we did still have continued harmful algal bloom activity. So there was closures of both mussels and razor clams due to domoic acid for both Oregon and Northern California. And again, we had another fairly large stranding event of female sea lions and common dolphins as well in Southern California. Next slide, please. Moving on into the fall, this is the period where we've seen this pattern again and again now for the last several years where the large offshore heat wave finally does reach the coast. And that's what you can see in this picture in the upper left. You can see the sort of head of a thing that sort of looks a little bit like a chicken almost, kind of touching down to the coast of California. And the other thing that happened as we progressed on to the summer is that we did have this sort of drying out. So the bottom map here is showing you the drought conditions. So much of the sort of central to Northern California, Southern Oregon, parts of Washington areas were entering into a more moderate drought state. Next slide, please. And so as we progressed, though, into the fall, fortunately, the giant heat wave somewhat dissipated and receded off the coast to the sort of southwest. So now we're moving from the left, that's the September, on into later in the fall. At the end of November, the heat wave had dissipated, moved away from the coast. And again, this is kind of the pattern we've come to expect over the last few years. Next slide, please. And similarly, we did get, as we moved into November, we did get quite a bit of drought relief, at least for the sort of central Northern California up through Oregon region. That's this map on the lower right. You can see the blue areas where there was more precipitation in that region. However, again, we're all aware that in the far southwest, that was that period that remained extremely dry for quite a period of time that was helped facilitate those wildfires. Next slide, please. And that's all for me. I'm going to hand back to Mary to go through more of the ecological responses we saw.
Great. Thanks, Andy. So yes, I'm going to provide some information on the ecological conditions in the California current in 2024. Next slide, please. To start, I'll present some information on the forage community in the northern region of the California current. The figure here shows the results of a cluster analysis that was applied to data from the Northwest Fisheries Science Center's Juvenile Salmon and Ocean Ecosystem Survey, or JSOS for short, and the survey took place last June. The cluster analysis helps us identify shifts in forage conditions over time. The colors indicate relative catch per unit effort, where blue indicates the forage species was abundant, red indicates that they were rare, and gray indicates that they were close to their average abundance. The horizontal bars separate clusters of typically co-occurring species, and the vertical bars represent breaks in the assemblage structure between years. Overall, the results of this analysis indicate that the forage community composition in the Northern California current in 2024 was relatively similar to the previous year. The figure also indicates that in 2024, the community was characterized by a high abundance of yearling coho salmon and juvenile chum salmon and various jellies. The community was also characterized by low to near average abundance of yearling chinook and juvenile sockeye salmon, and a drop in the abundance of market squid and juvenile sablefish from the previous year. The decrease in abundance of sablefish in the JSOS survey aligns with sablefish catch from the West Coast Groundfish Bottom Trawl survey and the juvenile biomass index estimated from the trawl data. So as we can see in the figure on the right, the juvenile abundance index also suggests a slight decline in young sablefish in 2024 relative to 2023. Next slide. Also of note was the high prevalence of juvenile rockfish and juvenile sardine in the JSOS survey. Rockfish and sardine are collected but not sampled quantitatively by the JSOS trawl and are noted in terms of their relative prevalence instead, so the proportion of stations where they were caught. In addition, during a fishermen and scientists roundtable held in Newport in Oregon, held in Newport in November, Oregon fishermen noted the market basket feeding pattern of predators, or in other words, the high diversity of forage during the summer and early fall in 2024. And again, this aligns with the surveys and it indicates that prey availability was generally high in this region over this past year. Next slide. This next slide shows the cluster of analysis of the forage community in the Central California Current, which is based on data from the core area of the Southwest Fisheries Science Center's Rockfish Recruitment and Ecosystem Assessment Survey. And this cluster analysis indicates that the forage assemblage in this region has been relatively consistent over the past few years. The region was characterized by a high abundance of myctophids and the juvenile stages of rockfishes, anchovy, sardine, and Pacific hake. In the time series figure shown on the right, the blue shaded area is the most recent 5 years of data. The dashed line is the long-term mean, and the blue lines indicate plus or minus one standard deviation of the mean. What we see in these figures is that the catches of juvenile anchovy and rockfishes were at their highest abundances relative to the past several years, and the abundance of juvenile hake and rockfish shows an increasing trend over the past 5 years. Also of note is the decline in the abundance of adult anchovy, adult sardine, and market squid that's shown in the cluster analysis. Next slide, please. In the Southern California Current, the forage assemblage that is sampled to the Cal Coffee program has been strongly consistent since 2017. In 2024, this region was once again characterized by a high abundance of larval anchovy and the mesopelagic California smooth tongue. Larval abundances of rockfishes, Pacific hake, as well as Pacific mackerel and jack mackerel also very high in 2024. And notably, larval hake abundance in 2024 was the highest in the time series, which is shown in that figure in the bottom right. In contrast, the abundance of larval sardine and market squid remained below average in 2024. Next slide. The decline in the abundance of adult anchovy observed in the Central California Current was also observed during the Southwest Fisheries Science Center's Coastal Pelagic Species Survey. The biomass of anchovy is shown in the figure on the left in the green. And although the adult anchovy abundance were down in abundance in 2024, they were still almost as abundant as they were when they had increased following the 2014-2016 marine heat wave or post-blob period. This figure also indicates that other coastal pelagic species, including Pacific herring and sardine, were relatively similar to the past few years. The map on the right shows that in 2024, northern anchovy comprised most of the samples south of San Francisco, while jack mackerel comprised most of the samples between San Francisco and Newport, Oregon, and Pacific herring comprised most of the samples off northern Oregon, Washington, and Vancouver Island. Next slide, please. This new map shows samples from nearshore waters, so waters less than 5 nautical miles from shore, and it shows that Pacific sardine were caught primarily in the nearshore area, with sardine from the northern stock caught off Monterey Bay in San Francisco, and those from the southern stock caught south of Point Conception. Next slide, please. The diets of highly migratory species and seabirds that were collected by commercial and recreational fishermen and our other partners along the West Coast indicate that predators were capitalizing on the abundant and diverse prey items in the ecosystem in the last 2 years. And again, what some of the Oregon fishermen refer to as a market basket feeding pattern. For example, sardine, anchovy, and Pacific hake dominated the diets of albacore tuna, bluefin tuna, and swordfish in 2023. There were also a lot of myctophids and pyrosomes in bluefin diets, which aligns with what was seen in the Rockfish Ecosystem Assessment Survey and the Cal Coffee surveys. We also saw an increasing trend in juvenile rockfishes consumed by common murres at Quina Head in Oregon, which aligns with the high prevalence of rockfish observed in this region by the JSO survey. In addition, most piscivorous birds at Southeast Farallon Island relied more on juvenile rockfish and less on anchovy for the first time in several years. So for those figures, if you look at those figures on the bottom right, they show the high consumption of juvenile rockfish by Brandt's cormorant in 2024, with a concurrent decline in anchovy in those cormorant diets. And this could reflect the observed increase in juvenile rockfishes and the decline in adult anchovies in the Rockfish Ecosystem Assessment Survey and the Coastal Pelagic Species Surveys this past year. Next slide, please. Despite the good foraging condition, fledgling production in 2024 decreased to below average levels at most seabird colonies in Oregon and Washington. In Central California, productivity was good for most of the monitored species this past year. One exception was the productivity of Brandt's cormorants, which declined to well below average. And this decline could be attributed to some poor local prey conditions associated with the El Nino during the winter and early spring, which may have led to poor adult condition during the breeding period and therefore poor breeding success this past year. Next slide, please. In the next two slides, I'm going to shift from talking about the forage community to highlighting updates to the salmon stoplight tables. This slide shows the Northern California current stoplight table, which summarizes many of the physical and biological indicators that support qualitative outlooks of Chinook salmon returns to the Bonneville Dam and smolt to adult survival of Oregon coast coho salmon. The colors in this table represent a given year's indicator relative to a reference period. So in this case, it's 1998 to 2020, although we truncated this figure to a more limited number of years for this presentation. The green and blue colors represent indicators that are greater than 1 or greater than 2 standard deviations above the mean. Orange and red represent indicators that are greater than 1 or greater than 2 standard deviations below the mean. And the yellow means that the indicators are within plus or minus 1 standard deviation of the mean. The blue arrows and the box are highlighting that Chinook salmon from smolt year 2023 and coho salmon from smolt year 2024 represent the dominant adult age classes returning to the Columbia Basin in 2025. So looking at this table, we see that in 2024, please go back to the previous slide. There you go. When we look at this table in 2024, most of the physical and biological indicators are yellow or near average, or orange below average, which suggests that juvenile salmon experienced poor to moderate ocean conditions this past year. The strong El Nino combined with above average temperatures and low larval fish biomass suggests less favorable ocean conditions for juvenile salmon. However, some indicators such as the northern copepod biomass and the Pt2 indices are consistent with the more productive conditions that are typically favorable for salmon. Overall, the ocean conditions in 2024 suggest average survival for coho returning in 2025, and those ocean conditions in 2023, which reflect a mix of good and intermediate conditions, suggest average returns for Chinook in 2025. In addition, a quantitative model developed by Brian Burke at the Northwest Fisheries Science Center that uses indicators from these stoplight tables predicts that average accounts for Chinook salmon returning to the Columbia Basin in 2025 will be above the 10-year average. Next slide, please. The stoplight tables shown here were developed for 3 California salmon stocks, including Sacramento River Fall, Central Valley Spring, and Klamath River Fall Chinook. The time series go back to the 1980s in the ESR, but again, we truncated the years for this presentation. And the color coding in this table is the same as what I just described for the previous stoplight table for Chinook and coho in the north. The blue box highlights Chinook salmon from brood years 2022 and 2023 that migrated to the ocean in the following years and are the dominant adult age classes returning to California rivers in 2025 and 2026. Indicators for the 2022 and 2023 brood years suggest improved habitat conditions for Central Valley Spring Chinook and Sacramento River Fall Chinook. The incubation temperatures, outmigration temperatures, and outmigration flows improved compared to the 2020 and 2021 brood years. The indicators for Klamath River Fall Chinook improved slightly for the recent brood years, but were still mixed. For example, sea surface temperatures in the North Pacific Index have been average or favorable for the past 5 brood years, while the outmigration and incubation temperatures have been average to below average over the same period. Stu Munch and Corey Green at the Northwest Fisheries Science Center are leading an effort to produce indicator-based outlooks 2 years in advance of adult returns based on the indicators shown in the stoplight table. And their preliminary outlooks suggest moderate returns of Sacramento River Fall and Central Valley Spring Chinook in 2025 and slight improvements in 2026. In contrast, indicator-based outlooks for Klamath River Fall Chinook salmon suggest low returns in 2025 with some slight improvements in 2026. However, there is considerable uncertainty around how the removal of Klamath River dams will impact the salmon, and sort of the effects of these dam removals will start to become apparent in 2027. Next slide, please. The final piece of ecological information that I will highlight today is on whale entanglements. Based on preliminary data, confirmed West Coast entanglement reports in 2024 were below the peak years of 2015 to 2018 and slightly higher than reports from 2023. A combination of the habitat compression and high forage levels in nearshore waters was likely a culprit for the increased whale entanglement in 2024. Humpback whales continue to be the most common species reported, and confirmed entanglements increased for humpbacks in 2024, whereas entanglements decreased for gray whales and killer whales. Next slide, please. Whale entanglement risk restricted the Dungeness crab fishery on the West Coast in 2024. This new figure on the right shows the spatial temporal history of closures and management restrictions in the Dungeness crab fishery from 2020 through 2024 due to whale entanglements, domoic acid, and other concerns. The solid black lines indicate state borders, and the dashed lines indicate the border between northern and central California management zones. And the gray shading indicates the commercial Dungeness crab fishing season in each region. And so if we just focus on those blue colors, we see that in 2024, there were fishery closures in central California due to whale entanglements, and in northern California, Oregon, and Washington, gear reductions and depth restrictions were implemented to help reduce the risk of whale entanglements in those regions. Next slide, please. So now I'd like to provide a few highlights from the ecosystem status report with respect to human activities and human well-being. Next slide, please. In 2024, total coastwide fisheries landings declined by 12% from 2023 to well below average, and this was largely driven by the decrease in Pacific whiting landings, which declined by 31% from 2023. Landings for coastal pelagic species and highly migratory species have been low over the past several years, and the salmon fishery was closed in California for a second consecutive year in 2024 due to low returns. Some bright spots in 2024 include the high landings for crab and the increased landings for market squid and shrimp. We don't show time series for the recreational landings in our presentation today. However, we do note that the coastwide recreational landings declined in 2024 to below the long-term average and were among the lowest in the time series. Next slide, please. Total coastwide fisheries revenue increased by 3% in 2024, driven by the increased revenue for market squid, and the total revenue remained within 1 standard deviation of the long-term average. Crab revenue remained high in 2024, whereas revenue for other harvest groups, including non-whiting groundfish, coastal pelagic species, salmon, and highly migratory species, remained greater than 1 standard deviation below their long-term averages. Next slide, please. The CCIEA team has also been developing several measures of human well-being over the past several years, and I'll highlight a few of them today, starting with fishing community social vulnerability. This year, the CCIEA team updated the community social vulnerability scores for commercial and recreational fisheries for communities in 5 regions, including Washington, Oregon, and northern, central, and southern California. The plots shown here are for Washington commercial and recreational fisheries, but in general, all the figures I'm going to show are based on the most recent available data, which is from 2022, and include the 5 highest scoring communities for commercial or recreational fishing per capita engagement for each region, which we used to refer to as reliance. The communities in the upper right quadrant of the plot shown here and on the next slides are those with relatively high social vulnerability and either high commercial or recreational fishing per capita engagement. In contrast, communities in the lower left quadrant are those with relatively low social vulnerability and either low commercial or recreational fishing per capita engagement. Next slide, please. The indices shown on these figures are based on census-designated places rather than ports, and the locations can be binned for an area. The social vulnerability indices shown on the y-axis are derived from social data in communities that depend on commercial and recreational fishing, such as demographics, personal disruption, poverty, and housing characteristics. The commercial fishing per capita engagement index shown on the x-axis in the figure on the left is based on analysis of variables reflecting commercial fishing, so fishery landings, revenues, permits, and processing. And the recreational per capita engagement index in the figure on the right is based on an analysis of variables reflecting recreational fishing, so guide and charter permits, and recreational retail shops, for example. Next slide, please. On this slide, I've added the community social vulnerability plots for Oregon in addition to Washington. And overall, the analyses indicate that the fishing community social vulnerability is higher in Washington and Oregon than in California. The figure on the top left, and particularly in that top right quadrant of that figure, shows that Tokeland, Washington and Westport, Washington had high commercial per capita engagement and high social vulnerability in 2022. The figures on the right show that multiple communities with relatively high recreational per capita engagement also had relatively high social vulnerability scores. The figures together also indicate that Westport, Washington, Winchester Bay, Oregon, and Garibaldi, Oregon were among the communities most reliant on both commercial and recreational fishing. And further, if you have some interest in seeing some comparisons of community social vulnerability scores between 21 and 2022, please take a look at Appendix P in the Ecosystem Status Report. I will mention that several communities in Oregon and Washington did experience changes in social vulnerability in 2022 relative to the previous year. Next slide, please. Here are the community social vulnerability scores for California. Overall, these figures in comparison to those on the previous slide indicate that in 2022, fishing per capita engagement in California was lower than in Oregon and Washington. The figures on the right indicate that Bethel Island in Central California had higher recreational per capita engagement and high social vulnerability. And looking across all figures, we see that Crescent City, Fort Bragg, Trinidad, Bodega Bay, and Avalon were among the most reliant on both commercial and recreational fishing. Next slide, please. Another measure of human well-being that we have presented over the past few years is fishery diversification. The idea here is that diversifying fishing across multiple fisheries or regions could increase revenue and reduce variability in revenue and possibly help buffer vessel owners from shocks to the fisheries. The CCIEA team has been measuring multiple types of fishery diversification, including revenue diversification, which is shown in this figure here. Revenue diversification measures how revenue is spread across the species groups. This figure shows that in general, revenue diversification has been declining for West Coast fishing vessels since the mid-1990s, and California, Oregon, and Washington fleets saw decreases in diversification in 2023 relative to 2022, which could potentially increase some of the risk to the vessel owners. Next slide, please. In addition to seeing a decline in revenue diversification, we're also seeing that in many IOPAC port groups, the number of fisheries that ports participate in have declined, and in some of those ports, there's less connectivity between the fisheries as well. For example, these figures show two examples of fisheries participation networks that Jamil Samhiri and colleagues have developed for the IOPAC port groups on the West Coast. In these networks, which look a lot like food web diagrams, each fishery is depicted as a point or a node, and the node size is proportional to the median contribution of a given fishery to the annual vessel level revenue. The lines in these networks represent the level of connectivity between the two fisheries, where the thickness of the lines is proportional to the number of vessels participating in both of the fisheries connected by the lines. So, for example, if we look at that network from Tillamook, Oregon, it shows that in 2024, there were 4 economically important commercial fisheries within this port group, including crab, non-DTS groundfish, tuna, and shellfish. It also shows that there was connectivity between some fisheries, with the highest connectivity between crab and tuna fisheries. In other words, there were a higher number of vessels participating in both the crab and tuna fisheries compared to the fewer vessels participating in the non-DTS groundfish fishery and the tuna or crab fisheries. The shellfish fishery was not connected to any of the other 3 fisheries shown here. In comparison, the network for Morro Bay in California indicates that there were 7 economically important commercial fisheries within this port group and that there were 8 connections between the fisheries, with the strongest connection between the non-DTS groundfish fishery and the California halibut and croaker fishery. Because these fisheries in Morro Bay have higher connectivity compared to the simpler network structure in Tillamook, it indicates that fishers in the Morro Bay port group may have greater ability to move their effort between fisheries and therefore may be more resilient to changes in the system or to maybe more resilient to environmental and market pressures. These Networks provide that are shown here, provide a visual representation of economically important commercial fisheries in 2024, so it provides a snapshot in time. However, the CCIEA team is also tracking changes in networks over time. For example, the time series plots presented here show how the number of fisheries in both Tillamook and Morro Bay have been declining over the past 5 years. In this report, we present time series of the number of fisheries and connectivity for all the IOPAC ports. And the key takeaway, again, is that many of these IOPAC ports, many of these ports have experienced declines in the number of fisheries that vessels participate in, and some of the ports also have less connectivity between fisheries, which again can impact the resilience to shocks in the fishery. Next slide, please. And now I'm going to pass this presentation back off to Andy. He's going to provide some outlooks for 2025.
Great. Thank you, Mary. So as you just said, I'm going to provide you with some more look at the drivers for the ecosystem as we go into 2025. This is information that we have detailed in the climate forecast appendix if you want even more detailed information. Next slide, please. Okay, so when we look across the California current ecosystem, our biggest driver is usually looking to see whether we're in an El Nino or La Nina state. And so this graph is showing you over time, over the past year, the sort of bluish teal colored line there that I've labeled El Nino. You can see that when it's at a large value, you can see it was at 2. That's back in last winter. So that's an obvious indicator that, yes, we had an El Nino. And then as we progress through time, you'll notice it goes back to essentially 0 and then a slightly negative value. And that is basically telling us that we're headed back to this sort of neutral, possibly even La Nina condition. And so we'll be looking for that as we go forward into 2025 to see if that sort of trend continues. These other 2 lines we have on here are the PDO, which is the green line. Again, it's been below 0 for quite a while now and remaining below 0, but you'll see it sort of fluctuates over time. And it's actually currently now heading back towards positive values, which would normally indicate that we're heading back towards either sort of average coastal conditions or possibly heading towards slightly warmer coastal conditions. The final line on here, the red line, is the North Pacific Gyre Oscillation Index. And unfortunately, that has not been updated up to the current time, but that has remained in a sort of negative value for quite a while now, and that is generally an indicator of sort of general circulation and somewhat productivity. So when it's low like this, it tends to indicate slightly lower than average productivity. Next slide, please. This is data provided by the Climate Prediction Center, and it's showing essentially the probability as we go through into the rest of the year here. It's showing us the probability of the different states of the system. So whether it's La Nina blue, neutral, the gray, or El Nino. And you can see that as we progress on in the year, the most likely condition is that we'll be in this sort of neutral or even La Nina state, but more likely it's the neutral conditions. And that's the forecast as we go on to the system. So neither El Nino or La Nina, just somewhere kind of fluctuating in between. Next slide, please. As far as drought outlooks, things are actually looking fairly positive for most of the West Coast. You'll notice that this 3-month drought outlook suggests that there will not be drought through most of the West Coast there. In fact, in a few places, that sort of greenish color is showing that drought will be ending. The only place we still have some persistence, of course, now is the far southwest. But as many of you may know, we just had a massive storm roll through, and this graph has not been updated for that massive storm, nor I believe another one that's forecasting to come in. So perhaps we'll get some relief as early as next week or this week. Next slide, please. This is showing us, as of just a few days ago, the current heat wave status. You'll notice that it is still a massive heat wave off the sort of southwest part of the United States here, but is just outside of the sort of exclusive economic zone. And most of the coastal waters are actually average right now. So that's bodes well as we go into the rest of the year, as long as that stays offshore there. Next slide. However, we do have some nice forecasts provided by the PSL lab that show us how the marine heat wave may be progressing throughout the year. And so the top row here shows you April, July, and October as we move forward. And you'll notice essentially that heat wave sort of in the sort of southwest region of the map is just continuing. and possibly expanding a little further north. And then eventually, as we go into the fall, it may reach the coast. Again, that, as I've mentioned before, that seems to be the typical pattern we're having year after year. However, it is a little bit difficult to forecast exactly when and where those things will come into the coast in the fall. And this the bottom row is just showing you the again, the actual anomaly associated with these things. So you can see that it gets quite warm in the middle of the summer out in the central region, and eventually will warm the sort of northern coastline of Oregon and Washington. Next slide, please. And this is another kind of ocean model from the JScope project, kindly provided by Sam Seidlecki and Isaac Kaplan. And this particular series of plots is showing us the anomaly in chlorophyll. Chlorophyll is the algae that grows in the water, and that gives us a good indication of sort of the base of the food web sort of productivity. And you'll notice that right in January, February, this is already passed, but we'll look ahead to March, April, May, June, and July, August. You'll notice most of the map here is blue, saying that the chlorophyll levels are possibly going to be lower that we've seen in the past during that time. However, it's important to note that there's quite a bit of uncertainty on the model at this point. When the models are run this early in the year, it started in January and forecast out through the rest of the year. It's always difficult to understand what the wind variability might do to the system. And it's doubly difficult when we're in a sort of weak state of the El Nino cycle, where we're neither in a strong La Nina or a strong El Nino. So that tends to make these forecasts a little bit more uncertain. So you need to take this, I guess, with a little bit of grain of salt. But it does suggest that we possibly have a lower than average productivity next year. Next slide, please. And finally, this is looking ahead from the same modeling effort, looking at bottom oxygen. And the point here is, again, that the bottom oxygen may be actually lower over both the Oregon and Washington shelves going forward into the summer, and hypoxia may occur earlier. But again, there's high uncertainty in these models, unfortunately, because of, again, the issue of when these models are first initialized, and also the sort of uncertain state due to the sort of neutral ENSO conditions we're in. Next slide. And I'm going to hand it back to Mary to bring it all home.
Great. So we'll just end with some of the conclusions from the presentation and from the ESR. As we mentioned, the El Nino did have some impacts on the ecosystem this year, but the ecologic response to the El Nino was fairly muted compared to past El Nino events. We did see some delayed productivity early in the year, but it was compensated by some strong and consistent upwelling. There were multiple HAB events that caused some delays and closures in the fisheries, and particularly in some of the shellfish fisheries. And both that delayed productivity and the HABs did have some negative impacts on bird and marine mammal populations in the ecosystem. Next slide, please. Again, the California current quickly rebounded after that El Nino. There was diverse and abundant forage base for predators, and that diversity helped support a suite of different predators. Some species did better than we would have expected. For example, during typical El Nino years, krill abundance is fairly low in the Central California current, but we saw that the krill abundance was actually near their average abundance this past year. There were also some improved habitat conditions and positive outlooks for some of the Chinook salmon returning to the Columbia Basin and California rivers in 2025. Some of the species, the forage species, are certainly on the rise. Again, we're seeing another year of abundant young of year or juvenile rockfish, juvenile anchovy, as well as juvenile Pacific hake, in addition to the past few years. We've also seen some bright spots with respect to crab. The crab landings and revenue were high in 2024. Next slide, please. There were also some indicators that raised concerns. As we mentioned, there was a large marine heat wave, but luckily it stayed mostly off the shore, and the warm waters only encroached into the coastal regions just a few times throughout the year. As we know, these marine heat waves can have impacts on whale entanglements, as well as the mortalities of seabirds and other higher trophic level predators. We did also see declines of fisheries landings in many harvest groups. And again, the California salmon fishery was closed again in 2024 due to the low salmon returns. We also saw that social vulnerability was higher in Oregon and Washington than in California, and several communities in Oregon and Washington experienced some changes in social vulnerability in 2022 compared to 2021. We also saw a decrease in fishery diversification, and in many of the IOPAC ports, we also saw a reduction in the number of fisheries that vessels participate in, as well as some less connectivity between the fisheries in those port groups. And overall, these changes in the human well-being indicators could potentially reduce the resilience of fishers and fishing vessels to environmental and market pressures. Next slide, please. As Andy was just described for the outlooks for 2025, the forecast for drought indicates that drought conditions will be lessening in 2025, except potentially for the Southwest region. We are expecting another marine heat wave this year, but it's likely to remain offshore in the offshore regions. The coastal impacts are harder to predict, so it'll be great if we can get our surveys out there this spring and summer to try to understand what some of the impacts of this marine heat wave and other pressures on the system, how those impacts could be, how they could be impacting ecology in the system. We're also headed into some neutral ENSO conditions in 2025, and the model forecasts, particularly the JSCOPE model forecasts, suggest lower productivity and potentially lower oxygen in 2025. But again, these forecasts are relatively uncertain. Next slide, please. The CCIEA team continually is seeking new ways to support climate-ready and ecosystem-based decision-making for the West Coast. There are some new ESR-related research activities under development, and some of those are listed here. So, for example, some of the scientists from the IEA team and their partners are using eDNA data to help inform or provide information on species distributions and abundances on the West Coast. The CCIEA team is also interested in potentially developing short reports of ESR indicators tailored to particular stocks that could help support the development of new risk tables or updates to existing risk tables. The CCIEA team is also interested in including more information from fishermen in the ecosystem status report. So, for example, as I had mentioned this past year, the CCIEA team scientists in partnership with ODF&W and Oregon Sea Grant held a fisherman scientist and roundtable in Oregon, in Newport, Oregon. And the idea was for the scientists and fishermen to exchange information about what they were seeing on the water, and also to identify some pathways for how we can co-develop some of this information in the ecosystem status report. And so we're hoping to continue having some of these roundtables and interacting more with fishermen, and also, continue to do this in Oregon and also expanding this to other regions such as California and Washington. So next slide, please. So with that, we again want to thank you all again for giving us the opportunity to present the 2024 Ecosystem Status Report to you today. And also, once again, want to thank all of these, our core team members and all of the contributors who helped make this report possible this year. Next slide. And let's end with this slide, this photo collage, to share some photos of the many, many contributors who are very passionate about their work and go above and beyond every year to help collect and process and analyze samples to help support the ecosystem status report, stock assessments, and other efforts to help inform decision-making for the West Coast fisheries and protected species. And we are so very grateful for their contributions and feel privileged to be able to work alongside this amazing team of scientists each year. So thank you again, and we'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, well, thank you. That was sort of a lot of information in the presentation. With that, questions for Dr. Hunsaker or Dr. Lisi? Then Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. Not really a question, but thank you for the report. And I know every year you take some feedback from us and try to refine this report. It is a whole lot of information in a short space, but the way you present it, it's easy for someone like myself who's not a climate modeler, not an oceanographer, to understand. So really appreciate y'all taking that feedback. And as someone who's based in Newport, Oregon, I have heard a lot of positive feedback and appreciation for reaching out to the fishermen, the industry members for the Citizen Science Roundtable. In fact, I was having a pretty lively discussion with someone at the reception last evening, hoping that that type of work continues. And also appreciation for including Dr. Rasmussen's work on larval crab indices. I think that one needs a little more work, but it's a long time series that ODFW has, and I think OIMB, Oregon Institute of Marine Biology. So including some new novel data sets to help inform this is very helpful, but really do appreciate all the work and the way you synthesize and present it to us to try to digest all of this. And even though it's post-lunch, you made me hungry for a hamburger.
All right, thank you, Lynn. Okay. Oh, Rebecca Litt.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for presenting this report, and all congratulations to all the authors. It's really so incredibly rich and interesting. I was going to underscore some of the items that you already highlighted, this declines in diversification, which is troubling. It's just a higher risk and potentially lower revenues to our fisheries sector. And also the teal index, which measures the concentration in economic activities, is particularly acute for CBS and HMS landings. Mr. Chairman, I have a suggestion for future reports, but I think we're covering that in a later agenda item, so I'll hold off. Thank you again.
Thank you, Rebecca. Corey, writings?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Hetzinger. Thank you, Dr. Leising, for this. I'll just reiterate the comments made before me about how great this report is, and it gets better every year. And it's been nice to see some other reports and other parts of our agenda, see your report cited and see this information disseminating out. So thanks very much for the work. I have a couple of questions. My first is on, I think it's slide 14. And I think Dr. Leising, you talked about and kind of represented here on the far left, this strong or rapid transition in the spring and this decay of El Nino. And I was wondering if you could, if you know, explain to us sort of why that happened and why it happened so rapidly.
So it's no, I would love to be able to explain all of that, but I'm sorry. It's a complicated series of dynamics that has to do with what's happening on the equator and atmospheric teleconnections. There's a lot of moving pieces. I don't think I could describe to you too well. I think the important point here was just that possibly unlike other El Niños, the transition I don't think is typically this rapid. So it was a little more rapid than we've seen in the past. And the other thing I think is important to look at here is that yes, it was rapid, but it actually, I may not have mentioned this, but the length of the El Nino ended up causing us a delay in the normal timing of when we would typically see sort of the spring upwelling. So there was a couple-week delay in the upwelling. But again, the important point was even though the upwelling was delayed, it was first suppressed by the presence of the El Nino and also delayed by a few weeks. The amount of upwelling after that period was very strong and consistent. And so was what let our system kind of respond and kind of come back and have a nice productive season after the presence of the El Nino. But the sort of, I guess maybe the short answer is a lot of it has to do with the wind, the atmospheric patterns and the wind patterns that drive the overall sort of conditions of the coastline. If that answers you somewhat. Sorry, but it is rather complicated. I don't think I could do it justice.
Thanks for trying. My second question was actually getting to what I think Dr. Lent may be talking about later, which is just the continuing downward trend we're seeing in revenue diversification. And it seems like this last year there was a little bit of an extra drop than we had even seen in years before. So I'm wondering if you have any thoughts in putting this together about why that might have been, or other sort of social and economic data that went into this that might help explain that for us.
Yes, I thank you through the chair. Thank you for your question, council member. I don't have a clear answer for what could be driving that downward trend. It's something that we're studying. It's something that we're planning on working on with our social science groups. We have a great social science group between our centers, and we're trying to combine all that information from the community social vulnerability scores, the revenue, the fishery diversification, as well as the fishery participation networks, to try to get a better idea on what might be driving some of those trends. So I know that might not be a satisfying answer today, but do know that this is something that we are very interested in pursuing and are planning to pursue in the near future. And actually currently with a new hire, Abigail Golden at the Northwest Fisheries Science Center.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Rebecca?
Just to that point, yeah, it is the lowest it's ever been in 44 years. So it's really troubling, and will be interesting to figure out what's behind that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Rebecca. Anyone else? Okay. Well, thank you both. Very, very informative, to say the least. So, okay, I was going to say that we have a hard stop at 2:30 on this item because Dan Lawson is only available till 4 o'clock on H2. So, given it's 2:20, is Dr. Corey Green available? Maybe we could do the Habitat Committee because it's fairly short, and then we'll come back to the rest of these items because we need to get through H2 before Dan Lawson is not available. So just let you know that. So Corey, are you there? Or not? Okay. Oop. We'll just pause here right now, and we'll just do H2 next. Let's get going on that. So, yep. So change some seats here real quick, like. Okay. Otherwise, the other reports are going to run us past 2:30, and we're going to run out of time. Dan Lawson has to leave at 4 o'clock. He has a hard stop. So we'll make sure we get through H2. So we're going to H2, then H1 on the agenda. So we're going to suspend F1 for right now and come back to it. I think the word for this meeting is be nimble. So we're doing our best. So it's not like we don't like you, Gilly. We'll have you come back. Yes. Okay. Jesse Waller to start us on H2.
Good afternoon, council members. I thought I had 7 more minutes, so apologies there. This is agenda item H2, the humpback whale and leatherback sea turtle biological opinion. So in April 2024, NMFS informed the council that they requested reinitiation of the ESA consultation on the ongoing operation of the groundfish fishery based on new information on recent interactions with hook and line and trawl gears. excuse me. This request included the consideration of the council's gear marking actions, which you took final action on in June 2024. NMFS also requested the voluntary initiation of consultation for leatherback sea turtles and their critical habitat. So the biological opinion, which is found in attachment 1, concluded that the groundfish fishery is not likely to jeopardize the continued existence of either the Mexico or Central American DPS of humpback whale or leatherback sea turtles, or destroy or adversely modify their critical habitat. There are 6 terms and conditions within that BIOP, and the National Marine Fisheries Service and Dan Lawson is here to provide an overview of the biological opinions of the council and discuss any next steps. So in terms of briefing materials, as I said, you had attachment 1 was the biological opinion. You also will be having a report from the Groundfish Advisory Panel. Your council action for today is council discussion and comment as appropriate. Be happy to take any questions, and then I would turn it over to Dan Lawson, who is online.
Very good. Thank you, Jesse. Questions for Jesse on her overview? All right. Okay, well, with that, we'll turn to Dan Lawson. And Danny, you there?
Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members. Jesse, thank you for the introduction. Glad to be with you. As described, I'm going to talk to you about our recent biological opinion on the groundfish fishery, specifically for ESA-listed humpback whales and leatherback sea turtles. Should stop here and briefly introduce Michaela Melanson. She is also here and present and to help answer any questions. The work, this biological opinion was a number of folks contributing to it, and some of the more technical aspects Michaela can certainly help out with. And I think some of my other team members are probably tuning in. But anyway, Michaela and I, happy to be with you today. All right, next slide. All right, so as already set up very well, we did reinitiate consultation on this in the spring of 2024 due to those recent interactions in midwater trawl and hook and line fishery that had not been previously anticipated in consultation. We also wanted to stop and take a look at the recent actions taken by the council in terms of gear marking and risk reduction. The species that we consulted upon, the 2 ESA-listed DPSs of humpback whales, that's the threatened mainland Mexico DPS and the endangered Central America DPS. At the same time, we did reinitiate on leatherback sea turtles as well, generally because of the similarity and issue with the entanglement issue and leatherback sea turtles. Just thought it'd be appropriate to take a look at those as well while we were doing this. The leatherbacks are globally listed as endangered, but given the population that comes to the U.S. West Coast is from the Western Pacific population, our analysis is focused on them. We did also consider effects to designated critical habitat for all 3 of these species off the West Coast related to the groundfish fishery. And in terms of the gear types we analyzed, we were considering, of course, the entire fishery, but pot gear, hook and line, and midwater trawl are all gear types with potential interaction with these species. So those are the ones that we focused on. We'll spend a little more time talking about the hook and line gear type, because certainly that represents quite a few different sectors and types of gear. And so that's one of the issues that we spent some time wrestling with in this consultation. All right, next slide. Just in terms of the basic status of the species here for humpback whales, our most recent information for the DPS level abundance is about 7,500, the Mexico DPS, approximately 1,500 for the Central America DPS. You can't really talk about humpback whales without kind of wrestling with the ESA populations, the DPSs versus the MMPA stocks that have been designated. So just go ahead and put that into context here. When we talk about the stock of humpback whales, we're looking at both where the whales come from on the breeding grounds and then their foraging area. So that's why we have the mainland Mexico West Coast stock, whales coming from Mexico to the West Coast to forage. Our most updated abundance estimate for those is about 3,500, giving us a PBR of 43 in USA waters. PBR, potential biological removal, is a concept, a construct used under the NMFS for management, not directly relevant to the ESA, but something we do take into consideration when we're doing analysis of impacts on ESA listed marine mammals. And sort of the good news is that with regard to the Central America, Southern Mexico stock, effectively that is the same population as the Central America DPS that's designated. So our best estimate of those is also 1,500 whales, since most of the Central America population comes to forage off the West Coast. One key thing to remember is, yes, our surveys and science have told us that humpback whale populations are increasing off the U.S. West Coast, but those are including not only just these two DPS populations, Mexico DPS and Central America, but there are also whales from the Hawaii DPS that come to just the northern part of the West Coast. So it's the good news. Humpback whales are increasing off the West Coast, but not necessarily all the populations are increasing at the same rate. Currently, we have a good sense that the Mexico DPS has been increasing, slightly less growth rate has been estimated most recently, at least looking at it from the stock point of view. In the most recent stock assessment for Central America, Southern Mexico, slightly lower growth rates estimated for them. So variable growth rates, but growth rates nonetheless for our humpback whale DPSs. One key thing that we have to factor in is that there are variable proportions of these different humpback whale populations off the West Coast, depending on where you are. And so in this biological opinion, we used information that's available in terms of what's the proportion of Central America DPS whales versus Mexico DPS whales off the coast of California, Oregon, versus a different proportion off of Washington. And we have to filter that through our analysis in our biological opinion. Key threats for both of these DPSs are domestic and international fisheries bycatch, ship strikes, and anthropogenic noise, throughout their range. Next. For leatherback sea turtles, this is a species that's been in a significant long-term decline for many decades. And that includes not only from the nesting beaches in the Western Pacific where they nest, but also off the West Coast. Surveys have been detecting a similar rate of decline during these decades. And recent surveys off the Pacific Northwest, I think, have been failing to detect or have detected really very few leatherback sea turtles where they used to be present, and just most likely a product of there just being so relatively few of them left. The good news is, there is some preliminary information suggesting that the nesting numbers there in the Western Pacific might be starting to stabilize. Again, very preliminary, but at least some ray of hope in what's been an otherwise unfortunate story. Our best estimate of nesting females over there in the Western Pacific is just about 1,000 animals nesting every year. With respect to their key threats, international commercial fisheries and fisheries bycatch, coastal development and habitat degradation, particularly in the area of their nesting. And then there really is fairly limited impacts in the U.S. Again, I think a product of there being so relatively few of them coming to the U.S. West Coast. So it's generally been tracking over time. We aren't seeing as many impacts as we used to see, but we just don't see as many leatherbacks either. Next slide. All right, in terms of this biological opinion, overview of our effects analysis. Sort of first and foremost, we looked at the relevant bycatch history been reported, both in terms of through the observer program and the corresponding bycatch estimates that have been produced, but also any additional opportunistic reports of entanglements that have come to the West Coast region. Excuse me. In addition, in this consultation, we did something new. We were interested in taking a look at the relative co-occurrence and some of the recent dynamics. Just wondering if that might help us understand what's going on with respect to, at least overlap and potentially risk of bycatch. So we use data from the observer program on fishing, and we use species models, species distribution models for humpback whales and leatherback sea turtles that are relatively recently been produced. And we looked at the last 10 years of those, and I'll give you a better picture of what this co-occurrence analysis looks like later. One thing to point out is for humpback whales, we do have a density model that gives you a relative density estimate. For leatherback sea turtles, we don't have that. We have more of a habitat suitability model, just telling you, hey, here is where habitat that leatherbacks would like to be if they were present. So that's just something we had to also kind of consider as we looked at our analysis. And generally speaking, that density, even from the humpback whales, is really just more for relative comparison. Not prepared to treat this co-occurrence analysis as sort of an absolute prediction of that density, but I think it does tell you where you would expect more whales to be and less. On the fishing effort side, for pot and for the hook and line gear, we used sets as our metric, and we were able to scale those from the observer program, the amount of observed sets to sort of a total overall effort based on the coverage there. And for the trawl gear, we used trawl hours as our metric, and we'll talk more about that as we get into the results there. And then from there, it was a relatively basic just overlay and multiplying our fishing effort model and our whale models to give us an output of co-occurrence as our relative measure of risk. One thing we did do with this risk model, as I mentioned before, there are different proportions of populations of humpback whales depending on where you're on the coast. So we used where we delineated the risk to help us apportion risk to the different DPSs. And then we looked at available data on the mortality and serious injury rates that have been associated with previously observed interactions, and incorporated those into our expectations for things that would happen in the future. Finally, we took a look at the recent actions in the fishery to consider what those effects might be. And as I did mention before, we did take a look at effects to critical habitat through potential prey impact. So we did analyze the impact of the Pacific Coast groundfish fishery on those prey features for both leatherbacks and sea turtles. I guess I won't really talk any more about that. That analysis found that the groundfish fishery has an insignificant impact on those critical habitats. So we'll mention that again in this presentation. Next. Oh, excuse me, next slide. All right, so in terms of our observed bycatch record, there have been 3 observed entanglements in the sablefish pot fishery. By fisheries observers, that's 2 in the limited entry and 1 in the open access fishery. There's been 3 additional reports that have come through opportunistically. So, that gives us a total of 6 overall, and 5 of those happening since 2011. We did have this one unconfirmed interaction in the open access with the line fishery in 2021. So, this was an interaction that was reported by a fishery observer, but the interaction itself was really unclear what had happened and how the gear and the whale were even related. So ultimately, the agency determined that this was an unconfirmed interaction, even though it was documented by a fishery observer. We have had 2 recent confirmed interactions in the midwater hake trawl fishery. We had one, make sure I get this right, I think it was one live whale in 2023 reported. And these came to us through the EM program and reported by the fishermen to us. We had one in 2023 that was live and one in 2024 that was dead. And previously, in our last biological opinion, we reported out on the 2 unconfirmed interactions with whales in 2020 that were dead, and it was difficult to determine whether or not those things were dead prior to interacting with the trawl gear. And last there with the leatherback sea turtles, we still have had the only one observed entanglement of a leatherback in an open access sailfish pot all the way back in 2008. Next slide. All right, so with respect to bycatch estimates for the sailfish pot fishery, given the several events that have been observed of humpback whales and a Bayesian estimation approach that the Observer Program and Northwest Science Center have been producing for a while. Here are the updated bycatch estimates for the humpback whale in the limited entry and in the open access sailfish pot fishery. And we certainly looked heavily at these in terms of thinking about what might happen in the future. The new thing this year that we haven't had previously is a bycatch estimate for leatherback sea turtles. So even though there's only been the one documented event in the open access fishery using essentially the same approach for bycatch estimation, this is what you get in terms of estimated leatherback bycatch. I think the only difference between the humpback whale and the leatherback estimates is the metric of effort that goes into it. I think these estimates for humpbacks rely upon landings as the primary effort metric, and the leatherback estimate, they use the number of sets. But anyway, that was a really positive development. But we'll talk a little bit more about leatherbacks as we move through the presentation here. Next slide. All right, so in terms of the co-occurrence analysis, here's sort of an example just to try and better illustrate what we're talking about. We were able to produce fishing effort maps like this, and as I mentioned, scaled up from whatever the observed portion of the different sectors were to represent total fishing effort. So we were able to lay out the distribution and intensity of fishing effort along the coast and combine those with species distribution models. Here's an example of a humpback whale, and you can see this is just representing 3 different months here: April, July, and October. That particular model was we had a daily prediction for the last 10 years, or for the 2014 through 2023. And we aggregated those up to a monthly basis, and then we're able to conduct our analyses sort of on a monthly time scale. And then on the right hand side there, you can see sort of a projection of what that overlap could look like for a given time period. I'm not sure if this is a particular month or not, but anyway, you can see you end up getting a representation of where overlap intensity is relatively lower and relatively higher along the coast. So this, I think gave us, and being able to look at this over time, tracking what had happened during these last 10 years was an interesting look at some of these fisheries, particularly given some of the new interactions that were happening. So let's show you some of the results. Next slide. Next slide. All right, for sablefish pot, on the top line is sort of all sablefish pot fishing. The black line there overall. We did this for each of the sectors, and not only for the limited entry and the open access, but for the catch shares as well. What I see here, some interesting things are that, consistent with what we've been looking at in other contexts, regarding, the heat wave years in 2016 through 2018, when, humpback whale entanglements reported increased quite a bit along the coast. We do similarly see a higher amount of co-occurrence during those years, at least relative to some of the recent years. But otherwise, a relatively sort of, I'd say, kind of flat-looking trend in terms of what the co-occurrence has been over this time period. Certainly, there's been some fluctuations for the given sectors. I think we're certainly very cautious when looking at the open access fishery in particular, because it's very limited observer coverage. And so just depending on how that gets scaled up and where coverage was deployed in a given year, could probably have a large influence and potentially bias that. But when we look at the other sectors with higher levels of observer coverage, we feel a lot better about those results, at least in terms of comparing them over time. And you can see, I think this is the map on the right, probably an aggregated view of all of our data set, just kind of showing you where are the relative higher and lower levels of overlap with the sablefish pot fishery along the coast. One other thing to mention is, that the metrics here are unitless, and there's not a lot of, let's say, value or utility, at least yet, in trying to compare these, across the different year types and things like that, given the way we've constructed these models. I think they're most useful just kind of looking again within the dynamics of a given sector and a given fishery. Next slide. All right, for hook and line, results here, a little bit of similarity again. See some higher peaks when you look across all of the hook and line sectors during that 2016, 2017, 2018 period. This is an analysis here where when you talk about hook and line, mostly this is representing bottom long line. That's the, I don't know if sector is the right term, but that's the portion of the fishery that most hook and line fishing is with. I may have failed to mention that hook and line entanglement that was unconfirmed back in 2021 was not with bottom long line. It was with a vertical hook and line. And there are a lot of different hook and line years out there. Unfortunately, from looking at it from the observer data, it's not possible at the moment to really delineate effectively between and separate all the different types of hook and line gear to be able to look at them independently. So that was just a limitation of this analysis, is that we had to look at essentially all of the hook and line gear in aggregate. And again, recognizing that it actually mostly represents bottom long line is what we're seeing here. But anyway, we have all of the sectors again laid out there. I think, other than maybe that initial higher amount of co-occurrence in the early part of this time series, not a whole lot else jumps out at me. It's again kind of maybe a relatively flat looking trend of co-occurrence. And looking at the distribution, quite a wide range, which is probably no surprise to y'all that hook and line fishing is spread out along the coast, the entire West Coast. Okay, next slide. All right, so for midwater trawl, and we looked at it both with respect to the shore side and the at-sea sectors. Again, as I mentioned before, we use trawl hours as our metric of effort. And probably not a whole lot here in terms of distinguishing between the two, maybe a little different, slightly more effort concentrated southerly and perhaps a little bit offshore in the at-sea sector, but also kind of a lot of similarity with this effort being more concentrated up off the coast of Oregon and into Washington. Again, suspect no surprise to you folks. Next slide. I think here's where we saw perhaps some interesting things. I mean, I don't want to over-interpret it, but given what we have been seeing lately in unexpected, previously unanticipated interactions in the trawl fishery, perhaps some sign here of increasing co-occurrence, at least enough, I think, to make me curious if this is somehow part of the story. Would point out here, we did look at it not only just for midwater hake, we did look at midwater rockfish as well, just a much smaller amount of effort there, and potentially even some different dynamics in terms of how it co-occurs with humpback whales. So anyway, I think this was one of the driving factors for why we even wanted to pursue this analysis, again, was some of these newer interactions. So again, I think there's at least something here that's worth keeping an eye on and following up to see how this trend may continue moving forward. Next slide. All right, so we did also conduct this analysis just for the sablefish pot fishery and leatherback, since that's the only gear type we've had an interaction with in the groundfish fishery. So nothing here in terms of the co-occurrence trend. You're kind of up and down all over the place to some degree. The most important part of this analysis is when you look at where this co-occurrence, and remind you that this was, again, not a density prediction, this was a habitat suitability prediction, and there's a lot of suitable habitat in the Pacific Northwest. However, there just doesn't seem to be anybody home, or certainly just very few individuals, if any, in the Pacific Northwest. So when we do look at this particular analysis, and we see that a lot of the co-occurrences with suitable habitat in the Pacific Northwest, that probably suggests a lot of co-occurrence with habitat that really isn't co-occurring with leatherbacks, at least at the moment. So certainly there are other areas there further south, the Central California area in particular is where leatherbacks are still seen annually, and where we would expect to find them. But probably a little bit of, I would say, I won't call it false, but just a little bit of misrepresentation is in terms of that co-occurrence off the Pacific Northwest is probably not quite real. Next slide. All right, so given all this information, in the biological opinion, our job is to come up with what do we anticipate is going to happen in the future. So next slide. And for humpback whales, it's really a two-step process. First, we go through to figure out how many humpback whales we think will be taken through bycatch, and then we have to figure out how many are going to be associated with the different DPSs. But for humpback whales overall, given that we didn't see any dramatic trends in increasing co-occurrence or reasons to think that co-occurrence might be changing dramatically, we looked at the maximum annual bycatch and the 5-year annual average that had been seen during since 2011 with our data to rely upon for our anticipating what might happen in the future. In that case, it was 4.6 was the highest estimated taken a year, and we estimated that it would not exceed more than 2.1 individuals on average annually over a 5-year period. We didn't have an estimate to rely upon for the hook and line fishery since our one event had been deemed an unconfirmed one. But in addition to what had happened, which we're still not sure really what did happen, we have seen other entanglements with humpback whales involving monofilament line of various types. Could be a lot of different things, and we're not associating that with those entanglements have been with groundfish gear. But just considering what's happened and what's going on out there, we couldn't conclude that the risk was zero. So, looking at what we've got, we anticipated that there could be one interaction as an annual maximum. And given that, no more than 0.2 per year, or basically one every 5 years, as a 5-year running annual average. Similarly, with the midwater trawl, we've had the events that we observed. There's essentially we've got a full census of take there. There's no additional estimate that is being applied based on what we've seen recently. We anticipated that there would be no more than one interaction annually and no more than an annual average of 0.4 over a 5-year period. Next slide. As I mentioned, our next step was to use the proportions of the DPSs based on the location and to apply those to get to a specific anticipated take for each DPS. The current information suggests that 42% of the humpback whales off the coast of California and Oregon belong to the Central American, Southern Mexico stock, as I mentioned, and about 58% belong to the mainland Mexico stock and the mainland Mexico DPS. Off the coast of Washington, it's a much different story. Far fewer Central America whales, and actually quite a few Hawaii whales. I think I already mentioned this, but what we did was really just bin that overlap that we calculated and looked at what proportion of the overlap was in California and Oregon, used that to apply that percentage to how much take we'd anticipate. Likewise, how much of the risk was off the coast of Washington, used that to apportion and how much from the DPSs from those areas, added those together, and we came up with our totals there. And as I already mentioned, we looked at the mortality rates from the entanglements that had been documented and from similar gear to help us generate these final numbers. Next slide. So a busy slide here. We have each of the sort of components laid out there, but I'm going to refer down to the bottom in terms of for the Mexico DPS, bycatch annual maximum 3.28 with maximum 5-year running average of 1.34. Relatively high mortality rates expected. I mean, that's coming primarily from entanglements and sablefish pot gear, where mortality, serious injury and mortality rates, are pretty high. I think on the order of 0.9, 0.92 is our expectation. Generally, those are heavy pots, heavy gear, and it primarily cause serious injury when entanglements have been documented. For the Central America DPS, maximum annual of 2.11 and a 5-year running average of 0.9. Again, similarly, generally anticipating relatively high rates, although it is different in the different sectors, depending on the type of gear involved. But there's the highest number comes from our sablefish pot fishery anticipated future entanglements. Next slide. All right, for leatherback sea turtles, a similar approach. We looked at the bycatch estimates that we had and used the maximum annual and the 5-year running annual estimates to represent the annual maximum. I think based on what I've explained to you already, given that we've only had the one take in 2008, given the diminishing abundance, at least since that time period, of leatherbacks, and even where a lot of the overlap risk occurs, I think it's pretty safe to say this estimate's pretty conservative, at least based on the information that we have now. All the take is assumed to be from the Western Pacific population. I don't think we have any evidence of Eastern Pacific leatherback sea turtles coming to the West Coast. Our assumption of mortality is pretty high if leatherbacks are entangled in sablefish pot gear. They're given, again, that heavy weight of the gear, their very limited ability to fight and struggle with those. And looking around at other leatherback entanglements, mortality rates are quite high. So we assume that any entanglement of a leatherback could lead to a mortality. Next slide. And this is what the numbers look like. Again, I think quite conservative, given the information that we've already discussed here. But an annual maximum up to 1.67, maximum 5-year running average 0.86, and all of which could result in a mortality. Next slide. All right, so we're here towards the end. Terms and conditions and conservation recommendations. Next slide. So, I think one thing to point out off the bat is that our terms and conditions here, I don't think there's anything that necessarily is requesting council action. Certainly there might be opportunities. Happy to talk about that, but a lot of what we're looking at here is just to continue our monitoring efforts, be able to produce estimates of bycatch and monitor take in these different sectors. We definitely want to get a sense of how well these gear marking regulations that are being implemented go. Very supportive, super excited about what is happening. We've been working close with our SFD colleagues on these marking requirements. And hey, we're really interested to see how it's working, not only just from can we identify entanglements, but also how is the marking working for folks on the water, industry as a whole. So definitely want to keep our eye on how that's going and look if there's anything we can do to improve them going forward if needed. We would like to know more about some of these gear configurations. Part of it comes down to the recent risk reduction measure that will allow the use of only one inline on sablefish pot and I guess longline gear as well. So anyway, I think that's just important for us to track, since the vertical inlines are the primary source of risk, and not entirely, but they're the primary source of risk for entanglement. So having a good sense of how many lines are out there, we think is really important to understanding what's going on with bycatch and bycatch risk. We'd love to keep trying to explore, collect enough information to try and explore if there is different types of pots being used and different gear configurations being used. So again, I think that's hoping to see the information collected that allow us to do that, and potentially see if with this data in hand, how we can refine and improve our bycatch estimates, based on what folks are actually doing out there on the water. As we talked already about the hook and line fishery and the ability to better distinguish between the different types of hook and line gear, at least try to figure out if that's something we can nail down and get monitored better, so that we can take a closer look at the different gear types. Reporting, in addition to the bycatch estimates, getting information in terms of the numbers of sets for these different gear types, the hours, things that would allow us to continue to track things like these co-occurrence dynamics that we've sort of taken our first crack at this year. That's what we're looking to do. And then, yeah, just reporting. These are our terms and conditions. So as I said, nothing necessarily for the council to take up. All right, next slide. Conservation recommendation. Won't spend a ton of time here, but these are discretionary things, but things that we're still interested and could be good ideas to help us moving forward. There's risk reduction measures, particularly of the voluntary nature. Opportunity here for the council, industry, NIMS to work together to try and encourage adoption of those through best practices. So that's an opportunity. The question has come to us whether there is a difference in risk associated with slinky pots and traditional pots. So the answer is, I don't know. We have had an entanglement recently with slinky pots, but that doesn't necessarily mean there couldn't be some difference, particularly in terms of the nature of injury. Anyway, we don't know the answer to that, but certainly an avenue to continue to explore. I'm not sure what the actual use or interest in use of these different types of pots are. But anyway, interested in trying to learn more to figure out if there is something there. I think there is an opportunity here for trialing pop-up on-demand gear, particularly in concert with the risk reduction measure where you have one end free. So if that one end could be something used to trial some of the pop-up on-demand gear, and maybe help try to make that at least a feasible idea, and might also help folks who are wanting to use the one line and not sure if they might be worried about gear loss. So at least this gives you a second shot at getting your gear. I think continuing to look at the overlap in the trawl fishery. We didn't have data on 2023 and 2024. Of course, we did have the interactions reported in those years. So just following up, I think, on those two years right there, just to see if there's anything more we can learn about why these events might be happening. And I don't have any recommendations to you today, but I think the prospect of coming back to the council and talking about, hey, here might be some recommendations on reducing future interactions. If we ever got there, we'd certainly love to work with anyone who was interested in thinking about what we might be able to do to reduce that possibility in the future. And bycatch estimates, always looking to improve those. I think trying to incorporate maybe this most recent information about leatherback sea turtles into those leatherback bycatch estimates would be a good endeavor. Collecting more information, as we've already talked about, might allow us to improve our humpback whale bycatch estimation. So certainly looking, always an opportunity there to make some advances. And then just generally referring to some of the tools, these predictive models that are being developed increasingly, some of the really innovative work on environmental monitoring, habitat compression is a concept that I'm sure the council's talked about, at least some. It's kind of central to our understanding of some of what has happened with entanglement risk. Anyway, these tools are out there, so finding the right way to kind of put them together and figure out if there's something we can do again that would be effective at minimizing the risks of potential bycatch in the future. Avenues to continue to explore. All right, so that's a mouthful. I think that's it. So I will stop there.
All right. Thank you, Dan, for the presentation. Questions for Dan? Rebecca Litt.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation and all the work that went into this biological statement. of really great interest for the problem that's being studied in this particular biological opinion, but also for those of us who are going to be engaged in the take reduction team. Your chair and I will be representing the council, so we're interested in the council's feedback on some of the background here. And it also could be an important reference for the HMS ad hoc working group. We'll be looking at bycatch with some overlap in these species. So could you tell us maybe just a little bit about how that overlap might work? Obviously, some of these conservation recommendations would be shared, improving the data collection, et cetera. But in terms of estimating cumulative takes or maybe some kind of an aggregated ITS. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, I'm not sure. I mean, I think that, in terms of maybe could you clarify the overlap of what exactly? You said how things might overlap.
Rebecca?
The TRT that's coming, I think, by November will include 2 of the humpback populations and blue whales, and HMS EFPs. I think they're being marine mammal as well as sea turtle interactions. Thank you.
Okay, well, I think, with respect to the TRT, that's a little bit more clear, although, I mean, I think it remains to be determined to some degree. That will be to the TRT itself of how it wants to take on information and incorporate it. I mean, we certainly had it in mind, like, hey, doing this work with the co-occurrence would be potentially useful, looking at these dynamics as a way to potentially help explain risk. I don't know how the team will ultimately choose to use it. I'm sure there'll be additional information brought to bear. So, I think there is a potential, and I'm hopeful that some of this work is used by the team, but that'll really be up to the team to decide what it does. With respect to, the HMS situation, I'm probably not necessarily in the loop. I know they are considering those EFPs, but haven't talked to them about how they would use this information. This, humpback. I guess in their case they might be more interested about leatherback sea turtles. The model is there. Whether it's relevant and appropriate for the area where they're fishing, that would probably be the first thing I'd have to take a look at, or someone should take a look at. I think that does remain to be seen, but the tools are here, and maybe some of this initial work of just what we've done will lay some groundwork that will get picked up.
Thank you, Rebecca. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dan, for the presentation. I have a similar question as Ms. Lent, a little bit more specific, though. The upcoming TRT process is to include stable spot gear. This presentation today is also talking about interactions with hook and line, and most notably, newer interactions in midwater hake. Is there any plans to include those gear types in the upcoming TRT process? Thank you.
Up till this moment, there has not been any plan. It's been looked at as a fixed gear plan. I wouldn't completely rule out any possibilities, but no, that has not been.
Okay. Thank you, Caroline. Anyone else? You're on the table. Oop. Krista Simpson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess this is just something I'm sort of puzzling over, and it's related to slides 3 and 4, specific to the key threats. And just curious on those key threats, if those are prioritized, if those are examples of what key threats are, and there are others out there. And really the reason that I'm asking this is in slide 3, we're talking about if these are prioritized, that domestic and international fisheries would be number 1. And yet when you talk about leatherbacks, the fact that we're not having interactions because there are so few animals that are out there, is listed as a key threat. So it's kind of a, I don't think there's a Goldilocks where we can be just in the middle and there's interactions and that's a acceptable thing for some of us. But I am curious as to really how these key threats are determined and whether there is any priority in terms of the list here, or again, if these are examples.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess my answer would be, our biological opinions lay out and explain, I mean, these and other threats, things that are fundamental to the status and, a term called the environmental baseline, what's going on also to the species in the same action area. So I would generally refer you to the biological opinion for a very detailed accounting of all of these. In terms of prioritizing, we have recovery plans that lay out threats, and we're in the process of recovery planning. I know for the humpback whale, DPSs. So there's a bit of that, but I would say just within the confines of our biological opinion, it's not a prioritization. It's like, hey, it's really an accounting. Hey, these are all the different things that are happening, and then our job here is to be like, okay, given this action, what does that mean? And how does that relate to the standards of the ESA? So, I mean, certainly there's an element of priority here, but the biological opinion is not the place to find and do that. We just tell you everything that we know.
Thank you.
Good. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at the sablefish pot bycatch estimates from WICOP, and it shows a pretty significant increase 2022 and 2023 for leatherback OA. And I'm wondering where that comes from, since there was one incident almost 20 years ago. What is informing this basic tripling from 2021 to 2022 of expected take of bycatch? And then almost doubling from 2023 to 2021. If there's still zero, what is influencing those numbers to go up that high?
Dan, are you there?
Well, yeah, I got muted. Sorry. I think I ultimately have to refer you to the observer programs. I don't know in terms of that analytical approach. I'll assume it's effort driven. But yeah, I'm actually not expert on how that estimate is produced, but my guess is it's sort of driven by effort, at least in part. But yeah, I would have to defer to the science folks who produce that estimate.
Thank you, Lynn. All right. Anyone else? Okay. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dan. Just one more question. I just want to make sure that I understood the uptake of the co-occurrence analysis. And if I heard you correctly, and just confirm this for me, please, that in retrospectively looking back, the co-occurrence analysis is not showing anything significant predictive that we could have avoided the interaction per se. Do I have that right?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, if I didn't say it enough, this was really, said our first time exploring this. I don't think, that we were even trying to answer that question in that way, in terms of like, hey, do you think we could have done something and avoided it? Relating, the co-occurrence, to the relatively small number of events that happen is going to be a challenge to be like, oh, could we have avoided something, or what level of co-occurrence is needed to avoid something, or the opposite of that to lead to something. I mean, I think those are things that are still off to understand. So yeah, this was very much just a chance to be like, hey, what are the dynamics, again, with the tools that we have, and to see if they are telling us anything obvious, interesting, and curious. Again, I think the one place I see something there was related to what has been going on with the trawl fishery, but that's in part because of what we've been seeing lately. But yeah, I would not want to extend an explicit use of that model towards we could have done something, but I think there is room to think about how, on balance, if one could reduce co-occurrence, how you could limit your risk to some degree. But how to do that, again, I think that's all for the future here to figure out.
Okay, thank you, Caroline. All right. Vice Chair Hassmer.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I apologize. The last question triggered a question on my part following up on Ms. McKnight's question there about co-occurrence. When you got to slide 13, I think, Dan, it was the co-occurrence in the midwater trawl fishery, the co-occurrence with humpback whales. And I thought you said in that one, there was something interesting there you saw, and that was sort of a driver or a reason you looked at it, and why that one was unique. And maybe a second question related to that is in the second slide, talks about the Mexico and the Central American DPSs, the abundance is increasing off the U.S. coast. How the abundance increases, and I don't know if it's an overall numeric increase in the population or just a distributional shift, but how the abundance increase intersects with the co-occurrence analysis, if you can address that.
Thank you. Yeah, no, that's a really good point. Is that this density prediction model is not scaled for population changes. That is something that might be doable. Not by me, but that model is not scaled, so that is not a explicit sort of factor in this co-occurrence. It was again looking at sort of the relative levels of prediction spatially, over that time period, but not adding, there's increasing whales. So not a factor that these models account for yet. And I think that to the first part of your question, it was really one of, it was the seeing something that we haven't been seeing previously with the trawl gear that was one of the motivating factors to even do this kind of work. So that was first, and then it's like, hey, let's take a look at it. And then I guess of all the analyses to see at least some, and maybe it's just the one component that you're looking at there, the shoreside trawl, seeing some signs of increasing co-occurrence, again, was perhaps the one result that stood out the most. Again, I wouldn't yet put a lot of stock in that. I think it's interesting. I think it's worth looking at and tracking to see if there's something going on in and of itself. I know we looked to try and see, hey, was the fishing effort potentially driving, for all of these results, we were like, hey, so is the fishing effort, is it the species distribution models, and trying to piece that together. So, I mean, we were trying to look at some of that. I don't know that we have a definitive answer. But just, again, given what is happening or what has happened recently, and again, at least a little bit of a result suggesting an increase, again, seems to me at least something worth following up on, particularly just to see like these next 2 years that aren't there, 2023 and 2024, are they telling a similar story or a different story? I would say, my inquiring mind would like to know.
Thank you, Pete. All right. Anyone else? All right, Dan, you're free to go. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Council. Take care. Good to be with you.
Good week. Good afternoon. With that, we'll go to the GAP report. And Poggy Lampton. Poggy, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, council members. Poggy Lapham here to read the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report on agenda item H2, the humpback whale and leatherback sea turtle biological opinion. Under the fixed gear portion of that, we have the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel discussed highlighted concerns among stakeholders that data gaps in the BIOP appeared to undermine the science behind entanglement risk and population level impacts. One of the largest data gaps is the high rate of entanglements of unidentified origin, and we cite that in our report. Fortunately, as mentioned in the BIOP, the forthcoming fixed gear marking requirements should increase the certainty in the attributions of currently unknown origin entanglements. It was suggested in the gap that including gear loss data could also help provide context on this issue. Additionally, references to and comparisons of differing types of fixed gear, and we have in parentheses here heavy and light pots, were unclear to gap representatives, and additional details defining gear characteristics would provide more accurate picture of the fishery. After discussion with National Marine Fisheries Service staff, the GAP understands the generalization of details in the BIOP is intended to encompass all the possible entanglement risk in order to assure the continued operation of the fishery under the rules that require the BIOP to be written. The GAP suggested that future BIOPs and any future management actions could be better informed with additional data fields in the West Coast Groundfish non-trawl e-logbook. These data fields would address some of the assumptions made about gear characteristics compared throughout the BIOP, enhance the statistical analysis of future entanglement risk, and assist in meeting terms and condition number 3 in the BIOP. The first suggestion below is pertinent given the proposal in the fixed gear marking and entanglement risk reduction measure package the Council approved in June 2024 to voluntarily allow vessels to set gear with only one buoy line per set. Our first suggestion for those data fields would be number of buoy lines per set. Number 2 would be separate fields under gear loss for pots, skates, buoy line, and surface gear. And our third suggestion would be additional gear characteristic fields for buoy line size, ground line size, the weight of pots, and the weights of anchors. For the midwater whiting section, the GAP would like to acknowledge the effort put forth by midwater whiting fishermen to voluntarily provide details and photos to NMFS on the unusual interactions in the trawl fishery detailed in the BIOP. Despite communications that demonstrated the 2 whales encountered in 2020 were decomposing when caught, the BIOP concluded there was insufficient information to determine whether those whales were dead at the time of the encounter. The GAP recommends NMFS publish a best practices guide regarding how to provide additional information or photographs in a timely and effective manner. In addition, the GAP encourages NMFS to continue interviewing captains and crew to ascertain information about any interactions as soon as possible following an incident. While we understand the focus of these efforts have been on the midwater vessels with electronic monitoring, this best practices guide and additional interviews could apply to all groundfish sectors. That concludes our report.
All right. Thank you, Poggy. Questions on the GAP report? Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Lappin, for your report from the GAP, and appreciate the GAP taking a good look at this. Could you expand on the proposal in the GAP report that surface gear loss be monitored through the logbooks and observer reports? And I make a note that that does match up well with one of the conservation recommendations that we saw in the presentation. So can you tell us a little bit more about that? Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you for the question, Ms. Lent. So currently, the logbooks, whether they were the old paper logbooks or the new e-logbook we're using, ask for gear loss as skates of gear if it's long line gear, or number of pots lost if it's a pot long line set. Neither one of those things is deemed to be an entanglement risk, and it doesn't, I guess in the GAP we're looking for data to reinforce the idea that there isn't overhanging risk from lost gear. And so if we lose a buoy setup or some floating buoy line, that would certainly be an entanglement risk. So we'd like a way for that to be documented in the logbook so we can use that data to say that the entanglement risk is either going up or going down or more certain.
Thank you, Rebecca. Anyone else? All right, Boggy.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, takes us to public comment. Anybody signed up? All right. We have two. Dave Kashida, followed by Heather Mann. Welcome, David.
Chair Pettinger, council members, staff, thank you for having me. I'm a California recreational fisherman, and I'm speaking on this in regards to the TRT. And California recreational fishermen are concerned that right now the TRT is going to be made up of only commercial entities and sectors. And we're concerned that in the future, we don't, recreational-wise, want to be involved in this. And the reason we're gun-shy about this is in 2017, the state of California was sued by the Centers for Biological Diversity over a humpback whale entanglement or humpback whale entanglements in commercial Dungeness crab gear. And so part of that settlement was that they had to establish a RAMP, a risk assessment mitigation program. And they did that through the Dungeness crab gear working group. And at the beginning, it was comprised solely of commercial interests and entities. And fast forward a few years, due to factors that had nothing to do with the recreational fishery, the recreational fishery was thrown into that process. So we were never part of the litigation. So theoretically, we shouldn't be part of that, but we are. And I'm actually part of the recreational guy in the working group, and my task is to keep the recreational fishery as far away from commercial regulations as possible because we're a separate fishery. And it's a struggle sometimes. So anyway, that's our concern, is that if the TRT changes in the future, we just want to let you know and bring it up now that the recreational fishery in California wants to stay as far away from it as possible. We're not part of the litigation, and I don't think we should be involved in it. And I don't know, I'm pretty sure that the recreational people in Oregon and Washington probably feel the same way. So anyway, that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dave. Questions for Dave on his testimony? All right, thanks, Dave.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Next up is Heather Mann. Welcome, Heather.
Chairman, council members, my name is Heather Mann. I'm the executive director for the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. We have 33 trawl vessels that participate in fisheries off the West Coast and in Alaska. I just want to make a few quick points. I want to thank Ryan Wolf in particular for his transparency and outreach on this particular issue, which started with us a couple of years ago, and that's been really helpful. After that time, working with Keely as well as Maggie has been helpful. We did just yesterday, really good timing, yesterday received by email a draft best practices for when you encounter whales in the fishery. This is something we've been asking for the last year and a half, I think, so that captains can have in the wheelhouse exactly what they need to do. I've encouraged all my boats to take videos, take pictures, document as much as possible when something happens. And I'm continuing to voice frustration over the way the two whales that were referenced in the GAP report have been discussed as the reviewers were unable to tell if the whales were dead before they entered the trawl net. I've seen the pictures and the video. Their skin was coming off. They were clearly decomposing. No disrespect to my fixed gear friends. One was wrapped in fixed gear. So they were clearly dead. And I'm not a scientist, but I could tell that. And so we're frustrated to have it say it was unable to be determined. And we did have photos and videos. It's unclear whether those were actually reviewed or not. But I know after that time, we had said to NIMS, you really need to talk with the captains, interview folks, look at the photos. And I think they are moving forward with that type of practice. But it's discouraging to me to have those two other whales sort of unknown whether they died in the trawl gear or not. And I just wanted to put that on the record. We've been fully cooperating. All the whales that have been interacted with, all 4 of them are on vessels that are MTC members, and we're happy to do everything we can to provide that information. So happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Heather. Questions for Heather? Asia Subilu?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Heather, for your comment. I don't have a question, but just wanted to echo the thanks for Ryan and Keely for their really careful outreach. Like, they called everyone to give us a heads up before the buy-up was out. I think even in my time at NOAA, we weren't doing that level of outreach, and so I think, like, in the last few years, they've really gone above and beyond reaching out to people. And then I also wanted to echo what Heather said about the communication from industry about these things. Like, there has been a lot of really strong outreach around these unusual events that happen, both across the fleet and with NOAA. And so I think if that can continue, it might help us start to clarify some of the discrepancies between what actually happened on the record. And it might be, I don't know. With some of the items in the GAP report about, like, different kinds of reporting that can be added into situations, that might be an area that that might help record the actual experience on the vessel side of the kind of encounter that occurred, so that we could use that as well as the reports and the buy-ups that go forward later. So,
thank you, Asia. All right, anyone else? Okay. Thanks, Heather. All right. I think that takes care of our public comment, and then council discussion as needed, appropriate. So, Rebecca Lett.
Thank you, Chair, and I hope I'm not out of order. I just wonder if we could get an update on that TRT. We're all thinking about it, and we're all wondering when it's going to happen, and dates, et cetera. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you, Rebecca. I'm not sure when we may get that, but to me, it's Keely. Keely, are you there? Keely Kit?
I am. Hi, everybody. The take reduction team appointments, they come from the NMFS assistant administrator. They'll come when the agency is ready to proceed. I know that's not what you wanted to hear right now, but at this time, the timetable is uncertain. And I'll just note, too, that although the pre-take reduction team meeting scheduled for the week of March 30th has been postponed, we are still holding the subsequent dates previously identified for planning purposes.
Okay. Thank you, Keely. Thank you, Rebecca. All right. Then Mattis.
Thank you, Chair. Just an observation about what we've heard, and Vice Chair Hassemer's question and the back and forth there kind of led me to thinking about this. When I first started on the GMT, there was a couple of years where we were talking about the rebuilding paradox quite a bit, where in the Groundfish, we were starting to encounter more yellow eye, more canary as they were rebuilding, but it took a while for the assessment and the ACLs to catch up. So, part of my mind, encountering and mortality of these charismatic megafauna are not good, but the fact that we're encountering more, maybe that means that there's more of them out there. And as there are more of them out there, we're going to see more of them. So maybe this will shock some former coworkers, but trying to be glass half full and optimistic on this, that maybe it does mean the population is improving. I do wonder in the future about some scalable limits, because if we set these limits for 5-10 years and there's 8-10% population growth every year, pretty quickly our limits are going to be very outdated, inaccurate compared to the numbers of whales that are out there. Nothing that we can do or should do right now, but just some thoughts that have, as we've been discussing this today, and I was reading the documents over the last couple of weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Well, I can say from personal experience that 20 years ago, you never saw a humpback whale off Oregon, or very seldom. So, okay, Vice Chair Hassemer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the comments from Ms. Mattis there. Just maybe a little more on that. Yeah, it got me to thinking about increasing numbers of whales and looking at the conservation recommendation number 4. It pertains to the midwater trawl and analyzing in more detail the 2023 and the 2024 interactions. I think there was one each year that occurred there. And so those are the most recent. I don't know what additional analysis can be done that wasn't done for the BIOP, but at least there's some thinking there. And along with what Ms. Mattis was saying, that and looking at the conservation recommendation, analyze that and provide some recommendations to minimize interactions. And minimizing interactions might mean a larger number, but relative to the population, the rate is what we're looking at could be less. So I hope that's taken into consideration, and it has to look at the distributional or the numeric aspects and what's happening out there. So appreciate those things.
Okay, anyone else? Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just changing topics a little bit. I just wanted to make a couple of comments relative to the GAP report and some suggestion to take some new data points from the fixed gear logbook. In my tenure on the ESA work group, which I believe began in its inception in like 2013, collection of logbook data points has been one of the recommendations since the start. And what was holding us up was that we didn't have a fixed gear logbook, but we do now. I think the question now is, what is the fine balance between taking too much data or gathering things that are not helpful versus chasing too many protected species resources needs like hook numbers for stall and other things. So I think it's a very delicate balance. I do see some crossover between what the GAP proposed and what's in the conservation recommendations. I guess, I don't know, this is not an action, but just a discussion piece of, is there something to explore here? Is there a few pieces of data that could help close some of these gaps that would better or provide less uncertainty in some of the expansions and better information moving forward? Thanks.
Thank you, Caroline. All right. See no hands. Jesse? Oh, Heather Hall.
Thanks. Thanks, Chair. I was a little slow on that one. I just want to support the comment from Ms. McKnight and wondered, especially now with the e-logbook, the ability to add fields to that kind of a system seems like it would be easier than when we were using paper logs, and just want to put that in the ear of National Marine Fisheries Service. If that additional data, I mean, you can go so far and say, gee whiz, I wish we had this information. And so taking a careful look at what kind of additional information would be valuable, particularly when it's coming from industry saying we're willing to provide it and just need the space for it. So thanks for bringing that up.
Oh, thank you, Heather. Keely, Kent?
Thanks. Just since that was sort of directed at me, I'll just say that we have been evaluating the electronic logbook since the BIOP was concluded about what additional fields we may provide. I was in the GAP discussion, and I appreciate their report about this, and I appreciate the additional context around how they would imagine that data be used. I've continued to tack back to, as Ms. McKnight noted, that we want to be very judicious in our data fields that we collect on the logbook, ensuring that we are collecting pieces of data that are going to be used. So I think with that framework, we have already been evaluating what came out of the BIOP for potential changes to the logbook, and we will certainly add the gap report and that additional weight given to those considerations. And we'll update the council in the future as we look at that logbook data collection.
Thank you, Keely. All right. Asia Similo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is to Keely. I just wanted to clarify too, like I think there are limitations in changes to data fields related to the Paperwork Reduction Act, but I don't know if there's any, if you could comment on flexibility there. If there's easy flexibility to expand data fields or not related to existing requirements.
Keely?
Thanks. We always will evaluate the existing record keeping and reporting requirements and the extent to which the scope of any changes are already covered or whether they would require an additional review under the Paperwork Reduction Act. So that would be part of our sort of normal evaluation of any change. And I appreciate you highlighting it. We will take it into consideration.
Okay. Thank you, Keely. No more hands. Bessie, how are we doing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you've completed your action for today. You had some discussions around the BIOP after the presentation and provided some comments and had that discussion with Ms. Kent of the National Marine Fisheries Service. So I think you are good to go.
All right, thank you. We have plenty of action left later on today, but we're going to take a break for 10 minutes and come back and we're going to do H1 before we jump back to the F1. Okay, so 10 minutes. All right, we're back from the break. With that, we'll start off on H1 and took it to Todd Phillips.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Council. As the Chair indicated, this is agenda item H1, which is the National Marine Fisheries Service Report. The region is here to briefly update the Council on recent regulatory developments with the regions, and especially with groundfish fisheries, as well as any current workload issues that they may be wanting to talk to the Council about. Additionally, we have online as well Mr. Craig Russell. He is going to be providing some information from the Northwest Fisheries Science Center. He has a presentation as indicated in the supplementary briefing book. In your briefing book, you do have, of course, the NMFS, the region report. You have a presentation from the Science Center, and you do have a gap report. Your task and action, as usual, is council discussion and comment regarding the updates that are provided by the region and the Science Center. And that, Mr. Chair, concludes my overview.
All right, thank you, Todd. Questions for Todd on his overview? Okay, before I turn to Ryan Wolf, I just like to remind people that we're going to come back to F1 after we're done with H1. So we haven't finished with F1 yet, but we'll get to that after we're done here. So, Ryan?
Thank you. I'll be speaking to the NMFS report. You can see the newly published rules that are shown in the table there. So I only have limited updates at this meeting on new rulemakings due to our regulatory freeze and the change in administrations. As a reminder, the 25-26 groundfish specifications and management measures final rule published in December and was effective on January 1. That happened since our last meeting here at the council. Also, this week, the California shelf rockfish in season from the November meeting published on March 6th and was effective immediately. And then on March 5th, the notice of availability for the groundfish FMP Amendment 35, which was the stock definitions for stocks assessed in 25 and 27, published, and that comment period will be open until May 4th. And I think you heard from Ms. Kwan on the first day, these in-season and notices are the types of things that have been able to get out and get published. So it is consistent with what's been able to be published recently. We still are hopeful for proposed and final rules, and I know there's a lot of folks waiting for various on the West Coast. We are still working on those, but I don't have any further updates on rulemaking at this time. I did want to also give a quick update on the directed open access permit. That requirement started on March 1st. As of March 5th, we have issued 83 directed open access groundfish permits, and we worked with a number of folks on how to successfully submit a complete package. And these permits are available year-round, so because of that, we expect applications to continue to come in throughout the year. And that is my update. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Questions for Ryan on the NMFS report? Okay, not see any. So with that, I'll go to Craig Russell with the Science Center report. Craig, are you there?
I am. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
I believe we can, yes. Well, welcome.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you for having me today. For the record, my name is Craig Russell. I'm the Director of the Fisher Resource Analysis and Monitoring Division at the Northwest Fisheries Science Center in NMFS. Next slide, please. Today, I'll be providing just a brief update on a few of our usual groundfish-related items. Includes updates to our stock assessment activities as well as our surveys. And this is a presentation in the briefing book as well. Next slide, please. So the first update I want to provide is that starting in late December, Dr. Kristen Marshall took over the role of the permanent program manager position, replacing longtime program manager Dr. Jim Hasty. Dr. Marshall now leads the Northwest Fisheries Science program that conducts our stock assessments, our stock assessment related research, our management strategy evaluations and aging, and includes several staff who provide science advice to the council advisory bodies. Many of you are already familiar with Dr. Marshall. through her work with the MSC on the Pacific hake and whiting process, as well as her role as a former member of the SSC and the Groundfish Subcommittee. She's an accomplished scientist and a strong leader, and one of her top priorities is looking at ways to improve our communications and engagements on stock assessments. And I know she welcomes your ideas and suggestions from the council family. Reflecting that priority, Dr. Marshall did provide me with a few slides to convey the status of our assessment activities. And will also admit she is my phone a friend today, should anything come up that requires her expertise. Next slide. Oh, actually stay here, please. So this first slide here shows the progress of the benchmark assessments. We've got several pre-assessment workshops that were already conducted, and one data deadline for Yellowtail has passed. We want to thank everyone that participated in the pre-assessment data workshops for Yellowtail, Quillback, and Chili Pepper, and look forward to lots of engagement in the remaining workshop for rough-eye, black-spotted, and sablefish. We'd also like to note the upcoming data deadlines for all the other benchmark assessments between now and the end of April, and that the first STAR panel will be in May in Seattle. Next slide, please. Okay, and here's a similar table with information on the update assessments and catch-only projections and the upcoming data deadlines in March for yellow-eye rockfish and willow rockfish of March 19th. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, now turning to our surveys, we continue to plan for our surveys, and I'll talk briefly about those. Next slide, please. First is our 2025 Groundfish Bottom Trawl Survey vessel, here, survey schedule, sorry. Here you can see the plan schedule for the 2 passes of the 2025 survey. And the vessels that will be involved, that's the fishing vessels Excalibur and Last Straw, Miss Julie, and Noah's Ark. Next slide, please. Also planned for this year is the 2025 Southern California Rockfish Hook and Line Survey. This will occur September 24th through October 10th, with the 3 vessels noted here, the Mirage, Aggressor, and Tornado. Just want to highlight the benefits that we all know of doing these surveys cooperatively with industry and fishing vessels. Next slide, please. Finally, the other survey we're planning for is the Integrated West Coast Pelagic Survey, which will combine the Northwest Center's hake and Southwest Center CPS surveys into one survey in 2025. And the goal is to develop a robust fisheries-independent integrated survey that supports sustainable fisheries for Pacific hake and coastal pelagics, increases our ecosystem data collection, and maintains the survey schedule. The survey will use the NOAA ship Shimada and the Canadian ship Franklin. I want to highlight that gear trials were completed on the Franklin recently, and that the Shimada gear trials are concluding today. I want to especially highlight the designer and manufacturers of the new multifunction trawl system that's being used, who are on board during the Shimada gear trials this week. So the survey is planned to be conducted June 11th through September 14th from the US-Mexico border to the Dixon Entrance, Alaska, and will conduct acoustics, midwater, and surface trawling 24/7 and collect environmental and eDNA data. Since our last time together, we did complete our summer net comparison study and presented that to the Hake Treaty SRG. Based on our analysis as well as their recommendations, the survey will use the new multifunction trawl system on both vessels this year. Next slide, please. And you can get our contact information, sign up for more information about the integrated survey here using the QR code. This will take you to our webpage. Next slide, please. So while we continue to plan for our surveys and assessments, we still do not have a budget. We are currently constrained in our ability to travel, spend, and fill unfilled positions for activities. Could face impacts posed by potential lapse in appropriations and any future changes in federal workforce staffing, or planned and unplanned or accelerated retirements in 2025. The current constraints could delay our survey and data quality, as well as our surveys overall, and potentially the lapse could delay or impact our delivery of stock assessments to the Council in September. We do anticipate we'll be able to provide more information to the Council about our expectations as we learn more. And that concludes my update. Be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Craig. Questions for Craig on the Science Center report? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. Thank you, Craig. I'm going to ask a question because I've been asked it recently. On the update assessments where the UW class is involved, at least one, if not more than one, NOAA stock assessors are also involved with that, checking the work, making sure things are conducted properly. It's not just the students get a grade and they walk out the door, but this is quality control checked by an actual stock assessor for the results.
Through the chair, yes, thank you, Ms. Mattis, for the question. That's correct. The class is taught by our stock assessors, and so they're under their tutelage, as well as once that stock assessment is completed, it does go through. I actually have to ask about the updates, the Groundfish subcommittee for a review.
Okay, thank you for confirming what I thought, and so we can have it on the record.
Thank you, Lynn. Vice Chair Hasper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Craig, for the presentation. Be better to see you here, but it's good to hear your voice. On slide 9, on the Integrated West Coast Pelagic Survey, one of the last bullets there, it includes environmental sampling, eDNA. Can you just highlight maybe what the status of how long that's been going on and sort of what the future is, how that will be used?
Sure. Through the chair, Mr. Vice Chair, thank you for the question. Likewise, be great to see you as well. So that data is our oceanographic environmental data, as well as our eDNA data collections. We've been collecting that, I'd say for 20 years or so, for the full length of the integrated survey. And the eDNA collections, we have 3 years of time series collected there. All that information is used in a variety of ways. It's essentially a baseline long-term time series that can contribute to long-term understanding about changes in the ecosystem, as well as help us with our research trying to look at correlations between environmental changes and changes in stock status or stock behavior. The eDNA collections being a little bit newer, for the first time this year, were incorporated as sensitivity index in the Hake stock assessment. So we're making great progress with these additional data collections. Hope that answers your question. Happy to take more.
Yeah, it does. I'm just interested in, I've been familiar with eDNA in freshwater and thinking about it in the smaller ecosystem, but you're able to detect what do you get beyond species identification? Are there abundance or distribution relationships or things like that?
Yeah, that's through the chair. That's correct, Vice Chair Hassemer. Exactly that.
Thank you, Pete. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Craig, for the presentation. Specific to the stock assessment updates, thank you for giving an update where there's a lot of uncertainty and challenges moving forward. I was going to ask that question, so you headed it off. Thank you. I do have a question looking backwards, though. When we prioritized our species several meetings ago, there was a lot of discussion about aging lab capacity, and there was numbers of structures and hours predicted and what they could accomplish. Could you provide an update on where the lab is at with aging, if we're on track and everything that we had scheduled to put forward for them is being obtained and completed? Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair, thank you, Ms. McKnight. That's correct. In the current conditions, that is true. If you recall, last year we did communicate the challenges that we were facing and did align the number of assessments required and the anticipated aging required to that capacity. So the lab is busy working on those ages, continues to make great progress. And of course, we'll evaluate their ability to continue to do so based on the conditions and any status of budget or staffing or anything like that.
Okay. Thank you, Caroline. Anyone else? Rebecca Litt.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for this presentation. I do want to reiterate my appreciation for all that the science team is doing to communicate scientific results, and beyond results, actually explaining how the assessments are conducted, what are the assumptions, how that works. I had a conversation with Kristen before I left to go on a field trip, collected some information on what people appreciate. I know the monthly calls are fantastic. The rapid response to emails, I think Jason Cope is the person who's helping out a lot on that front. I think the more we can do on that front, the better for all of us to understand how the stock assessments are conducted and why things might be different from assessment to assessment. And good luck to all of you under the current circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you, Dr.
All right. Okay. Well, Greg, I don't see your hand, so thank you very much for the presentation. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You betcha. All right. That takes us to the GAP report. Jeff Lackey. Jeff?
Yes, thank you, council members. I'll be reading from agenda item H1C, Supplemental GAP Report 1, GAP Report on NMFS report. First section, support for fisheries critical work. The Groundfish Advisory Sub-Panel would like to express our support for the work the National Marine Fisheries Service conducts to facilitate the operation and implementation of our fisheries, such as surveys, stock assessments, and those regulatory actions that allow our fisheries to open on time, operate, and have increased opportunities or flexibility. The second section is Take Reduction Team. The GAP recommends the Council encourage NMFS to announce the Take Reduction Team members as soon as possible so that selected members can plan their lives and be sure they can attend the meetings. Participation on the TRT is a significant commitment, and fishermen who participate are not only donating their time but also losing revenue from being off the water to attend. Third section is cost recovery. During the February 19, 2025 GAP and Groundfish Management Team webinar, the GAP received a presentation on the Pacific Coast Groundfish Trawl Rationalization Program 2025 Cost Recovery Annual Report from NMFS staff. While this topic is no longer agendized by the Council, it is important that the Council continue to be informed of the GAP discussion. The GAP would like the Council to be aware of a major change in mothership sector cost recovery fee from 1.8% in 2024 to the maximum 3% in 2025, a 67% increase. This is due to the fact that NMFS implementation cost increase, and devastatingly, that the value of the fishery reduced by half. At a defining time for mothership participants, we're already facing the impacts of the poor Pacific whiting fishery last year, declining stock assessment results and possible total allowable catch reductions, recent stock distribution shifts southward, market uncertainty, high fuel and supply cost. It is difficult to also be facing the highest cost recovery fee ever charged to the sector. This is even further underscored by the fact that the mothership sector largely manages itself and provides industry-funded data to NMFS and others. Mothership participants pay out of pocket for a cooperative manager, data monitoring and reporting from C-State, and for 200% monitoring, electronic monitoring or observers on mothership catcher vessels, and 2 observers on each mothership processor, the costs for which continue to increase every year. GAP and industry members are having a hard time understanding why NMFS implementation costs went up when fewer participants than ever engaged in the 2024 mothership whiting fishery. The GAP has long documented our contention that NMFS has not implemented the cost recovery program methodology defined by the Council and adopted by NMFS, which still does not clearly estimate and subtract pretrial rationalization program cost or program efficiencies from current program cost in order to achieve a true but-for calculation. GAP members have expressed concerns about how recoverable time is tracked and charged when the recoverable work affects multiple sectors. For example, how is time spent processing or auditing the EDC accounted for a vessel that participates in both the shoreside and mothership sectors? Nationally, there are inconsistencies in how different regions implement and track recoverable costs. The GAP is planning to submit further comments on cost recovery and potential changes to the program under agenda item H8 workload new management measures. And that concludes the report.
Thank you, Jeff. Questions for Jeff on the GAP report? Rebecca Lind.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Lackey, for that report into the GAP. This is one of the interesting, I almost want to call it a double curse with the recovery fee, is the lower your gross revenues, the higher the percentage, because it's in the denominator. I have had some discussions with the folks at NMFS about this, and they might be able to add to this, but my understanding is that if in following years there's a surplus, that would be reimbursed, provide credits at least for overages in the future payments. Also, there's this really important effort coming up to take a look at the trial program as a whole and look at these costs and where there might be some savings. So it's more a plea for engagement in that process, to be going to the meetings and participating. That a few will be in person and some of them will be virtual, and a good opportunity to look at this. And I'll just leave it to the Fisheries Service if they want to weigh in on any of this. But thank you again, Mr. Lackey.
Thank you, Rebecca. Anyone else? All right, thanks, Jeff. Okay, and that takes us to public comment. I don't believe we, or do we? Aha. All right. Jerry Nozika? Jerry, are you there? He's not there? Okay. All right, well, maybe you can sign up for some, I think he's on the wrong agenda item anyways, it is, but, okay. If he's not there, then that'll take us to our charge to discuss and comment as appropriate. So open the floor for that. Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'd just like to throw one comment out for some discussion, perhaps, relative to the comments we just heard from Craig about all things stock assessment being TBD in terms of travel and budget and staffing, which are all challenging and difficult scenarios to battle. I'm looking at data deadlines. The last ones are at the end of April, and some in June, but those are for updates. The full assessments are in April after the April council meeting. Don't have Groundfish on the April calendar at all. I'm just looking for a nexus where we could get an update next, or if June is the next one, in which case we're already missing perhaps a star panel. Lots of timing nuance there. I'm just kind of connecting some pieces and wondering when we might reasonably be able to ask Craig for an update and know where we're at with assessments and what decisions this council might need to weigh in on relative to how they might proceed or not.
Director Burton.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate the question, Ms. McKnight. As you started with your comments, we've been trying to hold April as a no groundfish meeting. I think the most important part of that was the desire to alleviate the workload on our groundfish staff. And so there is an opening there, which is at your discretion as the council to tell me how and what you want on your agenda. But I do think we should hold the idea that we have a very hardworking groundfish staff, and if we have them working March and April, they actually don't get any work done because we go from one meeting to the next preparing briefing materials and not doing any work. Although some people work 80 hours a week, so there is some work that's done. But if an update in April is your desire, we'd be happy to talk with the Science Center about whether and the degree to which they could do that. I would just encourage you to continue holding the GMT in mind, right? As we go from March to April, if we do want to put something groundfish wise on April, that would their workload.
Caroline?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Byrne. I think my intent here is simply for a Science Center update. No attributed work to the GMT or comment or discussion needed by them necessarily. Just an update on where stock assessments are relative to moving our calendar or YAG on for June and beyond for our upcoming next biennium cycle process. So no work for the GMT is what I was envisioning, just an update on assessment progress.
Ryan?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I've confirmed with the Science Center if it addresses Ms. McKnight's request that they can provide an informational report to the April meeting that would have an update, if that would be okay.
Thank you, Ryan. Okay. We're good? All right. Anybody else? I'm not seeing hands, so I'll turn to Todd. Todd, how are we doing?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. You have addressed, you have considered and discussed the NMFS updates and the Northwest Fisheries Science updates as well. You had a little bit of discussion about the stock assessment process, and it sounds like the center will provide an informational report in or for April regarding the questions that Ms. McKnight brought up. I would say you have achieved your goals here, and this agenda item could be concluded.
All right. Thank you, Todd. And with that, that closes this agenda item, as you say, and we'll go to F1. So I don't know if anybody is moving chairs, so we'll pause a little bit here. I believe John Ugertz is going to be in the California seat. And Gilly is getting seated. Other than that, I think we're pretty much so. And with that, we'll go to the WG report and Dr. Tawny and more. Welcome.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Great to be here again. Let me get to the correct report. So in, noting it's 4:30 and, oh, sorry.
Could you hold the microphone a little closer to your, so we can,
yeah, is that better?
Okay. Thank you.
So in noting it's 4:30 and keeping it short, I will, for the EWG report, just focus on our bulleted list of comments. And if there's any clarifying questions, happy to answer them. So Doctors Hunsaker and Lansing presented the ecosystem status report in a public webinar on February 25th. And during an EWG meeting yesterday, where we had discussion with them, the EWG commends the CCIEA team on another excellent report that continues to improve each year with input from the Fisheries Management Council, advisory bodies, the public, and the hard work of the ESR authors and many contributors. The EWG has the following recommendations with further discussion below. We recommend continuing to split climate and ocean conditions into two separate appendices, appendices B and E in this year's ESR. Add an assessment of the Pacific Decadal Oscillation's continued relevance as an indicator as one of the ecosystem science review topics for 2025, pending NMFS staff availability. Have the ESR continue assessing its forecast accuracy as it was done in table D1, potentially looking back more than 1 year as additional forecasts become available. Consider whether an interactive version of the fisheries participation networks in figure 4.3 on page 37 would be useful for future council discussions of the interacting effects of its decisions on different fisheries and communities. The IEA team should continue to explore synergies between fisheries participation networks and revenue diversification subsections, as well as within the entire human dimension section. Continue or expand the integration of information based on fishermen's knowledge into the ESR, include a per capita pup time series in addition to the California sea lion pup counts, continue shifting methodology into the new online repository so that the ESR focuses on results and interpretation, and consider moving Appendix B, the summary infographics, to the front of the document and using that as an executive summary in support of the document. And that concludes my abbreviated report.
Thank you, Tommy. All right, questions for Dr. Moore on the EWG report? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Dr. Moore. I'm going to take advantage of the fact you're also an oceanographer as well as chair of this group. My question is about the recommendation around the PDO and the Pan Basin warming pattern. And the EWG seems to be suggesting that this could be a topic for the ecosystem science review for this year. And this seems kind of like a big deal. So I'm just curious if you could tell us a little bit more about this recommendation and like, why this work might be relevant.
Yeah, this was spurred in part with the discussions around the OPI forecast and the concerns that were raised there around PDO. And there's been recent research showing that that a lot of fisheries or the salmon aren't tracking PDO as well. There's been some recent research out of science centers by Allison Cluett, who unfortunately was fired last week or this week, whenever the firings happen. But other science center staff can cover that role, or co-authors of that report would be available. So we thought it might be timely to have a discussion around PDO and the advice we provide on it, both in the ESR and more broadly.
Thank you, Corey. All right, anyone else? I'll be letting you off easy, Tom.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, next will be up Teresa Labriola in the EAS report. Welcome, Teresa.
Good afternoon, Chair Pettinger. I'm Teresa Labriola, co-chair of the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel, and I'll give you a summary of our report on the annual California Current Ecosystem Status Report. The EAS commends the CCIEA team for their continued work to inform stakeholders and fishery managers about the state of the ecosystem. The work produced by this interdisciplinary team enables us to better conserve and manage our fishery resources. It facilitates the Council's work to better understand the effects of interannual and long-term ocean changes on our fisheries, and fishing communities, and to identify ways in which the Council could incorporate such understanding into decision-making. We're concerned about the future of this report. That is the foundation of ecosystem-based management, and how staffing may affect the ability to produce this in the future. We offer the following highlights and recommendations. This year's report clearly identifies that marine heat waves are now common and have direct ramifications on fisheries. The report made significant advances in forecasting future climate effects on our fisheries. In particular, Appendix D and E provide valuable insight into the mechanisms by which climate change may impact the distribution of fish stocks, and conflicts among ocean uses. The salmon stoplight tables continue to evolve into a powerful tool to communicate the effects of ecosystem indicators on various stocks. We support increased application to management and/or a role in complementing risk tables. We note strong connections between this year's ESR and the Council's work related to IRA-funded projects and FEP Initiative 4. In particular, the social and economic information characterized links to the proposed dashboard development under IRA Project 2. We are interested in additional analysis on sea turtles, particularly loggerhead and leatherback, including likelihood of presence in the California current, diet, and availability of forage as data allows. This could also assist with IRA Project 3. We reiterate that including observations from the fishing fleet, where appropriate, could provide powerful insight into the state of the ocean and can help explain episodic and difficult to predict model events. We highlight that the inclusion of fishermen on the water observation has been discussed for future ESRs and support this. And we note that the success of this depends on trust and transparency between fishers and scientists and managers. One new ESR-related activity, in addition to on-the-water fishermen data, that we saw that was under development is information on species distribution and abundance derived from environmental DNA. We're especially interested in the ability to use eDNA to detail regional forage availability and to understand food habitats of dependent predators. We support the effort of this report to link different data streams, including regional surveys and seabird diet, to better understand forage composition, community composition. We suggest that whale entanglements could be better contextualized to allow clearer interpretation of data for management and to more accurately inform public opinion. In particular, whale abundance and likelihood of reporting has changed over time. In addition, better communicating which gear types resulted in entanglements facilitates informed management and strengthens the need for sector-specific gear marking. We appreciate the expanded characterization of fishing communities' social vulnerability as we previously requested and encourage continued efforts to aggregate these data by ports that are more identifiable by fishing communities. And we also recognize the Appendix E stating that the North Pacific Ocean has warmed to a point that long-term warming trends are overshadowing natural variability and confounding past relationships between the CCE and basin scale Pacific variability, which impacts current and future interpretations of the PDO. And given this connection, it would be helpful to provide this context in the main body of the ESR for interpreting how changes in the PDO affect council managed fisheries. So thank you so much for paying attention to this really important document, and I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you, Teresa. Questions on the EAS report? Great writings.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Ms. Labriola. My question is regarding the work that the EAS discussed around the observations from the fishing fleet. We've had discussions already at this meeting and many meetings before about how to incorporate on the water knowledge and bringing that into the management process. And I see here there was talk of highlighting the work by ODF&W and Oregon Sea Grant, OSU, some sort of application. So my question is, did the EAS have any discussion about, it sounds like they agreed that there's utility here to this, but was there any discussion on sort of how that work might be able to nexus with the council process?
Thank you, Ms. Ridings and Chair Pettinger. One thing we did discuss was that if there were a process that, say, the council was interested in learning about and the ESR team was putting together, but they could use more fishermen input. So something we're trying to understand, that would be an opportunity to say, we can use your help with this. So it's pretty much a specific project. I don't know that we identified any. We probably did identify a specific project that I can't recall right now, and I apologize. But that it would be good if the data and information asked of fishermen was not, tell us what you see, but something more specific to an actual problem we were trying to solve or something we were trying to understand. So that information that then was given from fishermen back to the National Marine Fisheries Service then was applied in some way, and you could see that your input actually mattered. And that, I think, is another important thing, that I put my time into this, it matters, and I understand how my input is then used in the future.
Thank you, Corey. Anyone else? Okay, Teresa, thank you. All right. Now we go back to, let's see, I believe Dr. Tommy Moore with the SSC report.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Putting on my other hat. The SSC met with representatives of the CCIEA team, and discussion covered 3 topics: the ESR report, the ESR topics for SSC review in 2025, and the SSC Ecosystem-Based Management Subcommittee's report from November 5th, 2024. Review of the ESR report. The ESR includes important information on environmental, biological, social, and economic indicators and provides an ecosystem perspective on the U.S. West Coast fish stocks, fisheries, and coastal communities for the council process. The SSC commends the IEA team's work in producing another excellent and useful report and presentation for the council and appreciates their ongoing efforts to improve the report. The SSC raised no major issues with the report or presentation, but made a small number of suggestions included in the SSC's italicized notes to improve clarity of findings, particularly with regard to interpreting uncertainty and whether changes in indicators or trends were statistically significant. For the subcommittee report from November, the SSC reviewed the Ecosystem Subcommittee's report from its meeting held via webinar November 5th, 2024, and discussed the report with myself. The SSC ES reviewed 2 topics in November: a coastwide index of abundance for krill and a Dungeness crab megalope index. Kristen Marshall, Northwest Fisheries Science Center and former SSC ES chair, chaired the meeting. SSC agrees with the Ecosystem Subcommittee and supports using the krill indicator in the ESR and encourages further development of both the indicator and potential connections to other ecosystem components. The SSC concurs with the ES that there is potential for its indicator to be helpful in advancing understanding of krill and other ecosystem components connected to krill, and recommends that a more comprehensive review of the strengths and weaknesses of various krill indicators be considered in the future. The SSC concurs with the ES support for the inclusion of the megalope index in future ESRs as an indicator of forage availability, but notes that more work is needed to evaluate the role of megalope as forage and how well the megalope index represents forage availability. It was noted that density-dependent mortality of megalope after settlement may moderate the impact of high settlement rates on subsequent forage availability. And then potential review topics for the IEA team. The IEA team proposed 2 topics reviewed by the ES in summer or fall of 2025. 1, incorporation of new data types and indices from glider surveys along the U.S. West Coast. And 2, recent efforts to modernize and streamline the ESR by moving certain methodological components to an appendix and an online living document. The SSC is supportive of reviewing the first topic, provided that the IEA team provides concrete examples of new data types and their potential uses that the ES can review. If examples are not available, a workshop rather than an ES review might be more appropriate for identifying and developing new indices using these new data types. The SSC finds the second topic to be a valuable effort, but less appropriate for review specifically by the SSC ES. The EWG or the council itself would be better placed to comment on the editorial design of the ESR and whether to include technical methods in the report or in a separate appendix. In lieu of a second topic, the IEA team suggests that the ES consider a review of short reports on ESR indicators tailored to specific stocks to support the development of risk tables and updates to existing risk tables. The focus of the review would be on indicators supporting the ecosystem and environmental considerations column of the risk tables only. The SSC is supportive of this and provided the review is focused on technical aspects of the topic within the scope of the CCIEA and avoids broader issues regarding the use of risk tables in management. Around 2 hours will be needed for each topic, so the review could likely be held as a half-day webinar or with a half-day meeting prior to the September SSC meeting. And that concludes our report.
All right. Questions for Dr. Moore on the SSC report? Clear writings.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Dr. Moore. My question is about this second proposed topic around the ESR short reports. and potentially using that to inform a column of the risk tables. Could you talk a little bit more about that? I wasn't completely sure when I read that exactly what the intention was or what that would be. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, the intent is to provide in part to provide a review of how the IEA team selects indicators for use in risk tables, and make sure I have my notes correctly here. Yeah, for the kinds of indicators are using the risk tables and how they're interpreting the data to inform the risk levels assigned to the ecosystem and environment column only. So it's just a chance for to help further develop the risk table methodology and how these reports might look.
Thank you, Corey. All right. Anyone else? All right. Tommy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You bet. Okay. Okay. I see next up is the Habitat Committee report and Dr. Corey Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Thank you. I'll be reading Supplemental Habitat Committee Report 1. Habitat Committee Report on the California Current Ecosystem Status Report and 2025 Science Review Topics. The Habitat Committee received a presentation from Mary Hunsaker and Andrew Leising on the 2024 to 2025 California Current Ecosystem Status Report. The HC appreciates the tremendous synthesis of information that goes into the ESR and the effort to condense this into an informative and digestible report. For instance, the infographics in Appendix B comparing and contrasting positive and negative conditions in a geographic context are helpful. The HC notes that the PDF document no longer has the section bookmarks in the margins of the PDF as in previous year's reports, which allowed for easy navigation of the document. The HC recommends including section bookmarks in future ESR reports. The HC also received an update from myself, Corey Green, on the habitat indicators of Klamath River Fall Chinook, Sacramento River Fall Chinook salmon, and Central Valley Spring Chinook indicators. That's from page 21 of the main report and Appendix J. Since last year's ESRs, the authors have begun to distill 46 indicators detail in previous ESRs into a shorter list of key indicators, 3 to 4 per stock, to highlight ecosystem states that best predict salmon recruitment concisely. Key indicators for each stock include several related to freshwater conditions, in line with council concerns that water use issues remain important for understanding stock status and trends. These key indicators provide a 2-year advance outlook, which may be useful in some planning context. For example, advanced projections if stocks are in rebuilding plans. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Questions for Dr. Green on the Habitat Committee report? All right, Corey, we're letting you off easy. So, okay, thank you. You bet. Have a good weekend. All right. I think that we don't have any public comment, just to make sure. Check with the tower in the back of the room. At the goose egg. All right. With that, I'll open the floor for discussion as needed, appropriate. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. It wasn't spoken to, but I did want to point out that there was a written public comment provided by Michelle Conrad on behalf of the Ocean Conservancy. I found that really helpful, and I know a lot of other folks did, to have the high-level synthesis of the report. It was a sort of one-page place where I could send people who didn't have time to read the entire document. So just wanted to thank Ms. Conrad and the group that organized that. I found it to be really helpful, as did many others.
Thank you, Lynn. Rebecca Lind.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to mention that one pager, which I called an appetizer, and it just enticed me into reading the report. So thank you, Michelle, for that. And I do appreciate, again, the fact that humans are included in the ecosystem report, including the collection of what we see on the water. We sure heard a lot about that over the past couple of days. And I just want to bang that familiar old drum of gross revenues as opposed to net revenues. The report has a lot of really good information about economics, a lot of information on gross revenues, but it doesn't tell us what the net revenue is, how much the fishermen actually take home once they've paid all their costs. And the good news is, thanks in part to the cost recovery program, we do have these data through Fisheye, where we've collected cost data with the cooperation of our groundfish fishery, and you can go to Fisheye and find out how much money people took home. Do the decline in landings, are they made up for by increases in prices? What's the driver behind fluctuations in gross revenues? And that's extremely important so we know what's going on at home in these communities that we care for. So let's make the most of what our groundfish fishery participants are already paying for and get that out there. Let's see if we can't get that incorporated into next year's report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Rebecca. All right. Vice Chair Hasmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Late in the day, I'm going to put you way into the future here on this one. Something's been sticking in my mind since the last agenda item. It was the eDNA and the Ecosystem Advisory. Cracked the door open a little bit because they mentioned it in their report. But I'm just thinking about linking what's going on in the Science Center and how this information in the ecosystem report can be used. So what was on my mind, it was wandering here, is the Integrated West Coast Pelagic Survey is doing this trawl survey from the U.S.-Mexico border to Dixon entrance. A lot of transects, a lot of different depths. Think of the map that they can create with the ENA data about where whiting are, where whiting aren't, or any other species in associated oceanographic information. The Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel talked about regional forage ability. What came to mind is, in my experience in fisheries, a lot of surface-oriented species. People hire spotter planes in herring fisheries, in the CPS or CPS fisheries, salmon, purse seine fisheries, and that to go out and figure out where the fish are and direct the boats to them. I see this future where people have sail drones or ROVs collecting water samples to sample and figure out where they are. Getting a little out there, but it is the 21st century, and we've seen a lot of advances in technology come about very quickly. So maybe the only thing I would do, I should have mentioned it under the last agenda item, but sometime in the future, getting a presentation from the Science Center, a little more detail on eDNA and what kind of information we're getting, sort of how soon some of this will be developed, put into use. But besides this sort of strange searching for fish thing, also I'm thinking in the context of the ecosystem report, bycatch avoidance. You start to see patterns, mapping patterns of fish distribution with oceanographic conditions that they can start look at. And I don't know how good the predictive model is, but some of those things we're trying to do to either, reduce bycatch or be able to target species. There's a lot to explore there. So at this time, the ask is just within the next year or one of our next 5 meetings, if the Science Center has time to give us a little more information on that. And we can think about how it could be incorporated into this ecosystem type approach we have. So thanks for indulging me on that strange thought pattern.
All right. Thank you, Vice Chair Hasmer. All right. Anybody else? Okay. Well, I'll see your hands. Oh, Corey Ridings. You bailed me out.
Thanks, Chair. I guess if it's appropriate, I was just going to suggest with some guidance that we endorse the reports that were provided to us today and the recommendations of the SSC in terms of the science review topics for 2025.
Okay. Executive Director Burton.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Writings, that's the conversation I was wanting to start having was what do we want to do with the science review topics and how do we want to handle them? I think a lot of what's running through my mind is I'm not questioning the value of this information, but it's how do we respond to it and how do we provide the appropriate input back to the team? And so right now, this council is used to taking a step back, spinning up committees that then meet, have several meetings, provide reports. Those reports in this case would go back to the appropriate body, the appropriate team. I'm wondering if we can think about shortchanging that a bit, not shortchanging, but taking a shorter path to provide that information back to the folks that draft this report. And we've seen some great recommendations here that have come through several advisory bodies, and Ms. Writings, you just indicated that you would like to endorse the recommendations of the SSC. Given that we have a very large workload with groundfish stock assessments, a lot of the same folks that are on the ecosystem subcommittee are also doing those stock assessments. We're short-staffed on the council staff side at the moment. I don't know when we will fix that. I would propose we gather up these comments and send a letter to the team saying we endorse the following recommendations as you consider the next round of your report for next year. That opposed to putting together another review meeting over the summer on top of everything else that's happening. So I wanted to float that out there to see what the thoughts were. Of course, I work for you all, so you tell me what your priorities are, but I do see a need to be very deliberate about our workload here, and I think there's an alternative pathway that would work and also be responsive to our workload concerns.
Okay. Corey?
Thanks, Director Burden. Just a clarifying question on that. So you're suggesting that I think it was like a half-day webinar that they were suggesting to review the topics that typically happens in the fall. Is that the one you're talking about that you want not to do, or you just want to? I'll let you talk. I'm just asking for a little bit more clarity. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. I admit I've not participated in one of these meetings before, so if it's a half day in the fall, that's probably the one. I'm not sure if this is where you're going with your question, but to get one of those meetings together, it takes some effort to put any meeting together on our side as staff. And then, of course, there's the focused work that an assessment author needs to do, and pulling them off of that for another thing just detracts from that work effort. So I just want to be cognizant of everything that we have going on and think about our priorities. And in terms of those priorities, if this is still a priority, which I understand there's a lot of interest in that around this council, I'd like us to consider an alternative way to get the message across.
Okay. Thank you, Bert. Rebecca Lind.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as I understand it, what you're proposing then is in the immediate term following this meeting, just collate the reports, which all had suggestions about topics for 2025. And then, of course, don't shortchange me. You'd add the recommendation I made and any others that we get from the council. And then those would be sent, and perhaps at a later date, consider whether or not this formal half-day seminar is necessary. Thank you.
Dr. Bird?
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Lent, that's what I'm suggesting. I would picture a cover letter to that. So, for example, Ms. Writings highlighted the SSC recommendations as something that she was proposing, and so that would be contained within that report, as well as the advisory body reports that have supported that. And then if that's the direction that you would be okay with, I would proceed with staff and not plan on a fall meeting.
Corey?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for this discussion. Just as clarifying for this conversation, even in my own head, the meeting that typically happens in the fall is actually a NMFS meeting of the IEA folks and the ecosystem subcommittee of the SSC. And essentially it gives the opportunity for the SSC to sort of deem these new methodologies as BSIA and for inclusion in the ESR the coming year. And then for any other ways that that might be helpful, whether that be stock assessment or any other science that they're doing, those methods are then deemed by this council for use in management. So I guess what I'm getting at here is I'm not entirely sure if the council sort of, as you said, doesn't sort of host this meeting, that essentially they'll go ahead with these methods anyway if we're saying we like them. They just wouldn't have the benefit of also having the SSC ecosystem subcommittee there, able to make that review and that determination for later use of that science in council decision making. And I'm kind of looking at Ryan or maybe even the phone to confirm that I fully understand that. But just wanted to put that out there in terms of what's efficient, and then also if there's going to be science that might be really helpful to this council in multiple ways, to make sure that it's going through the review process so we can use it.
Okay, I'm not sure who to look at here next for that. Ryan, or are you thinking about that, or Ryan Wolf?
Thank you. If I think I got your question correct, to clarify that in the past 2 years, the half-day meeting has been held remotely following the September council meeting.
Dr. Burton?
Yeah, thank you. And appreciate the thought, Ms. Writings. That is a question that I have, and maybe we have a difference of opinion about, and I would be very curious to hear some reflection on the point you made, which is using this information in management. I have a question about how we use this in management. It's certainly very interesting information, and we are, I think, making headway in as we learn more about this, as we try to incorporate this information into risk tables, and that is one way that we would use it in management. I personally haven't thought of the report as something that we use in management. It's important contextual information. So a BSIA determination is something that we would use to say, here's this information, is it the best science for decision making? If you are indeed using this information to make decisions, that's something I would very much benefit from understanding better than I do now. I have not asked the SSC to make a BSIA determination on these reports. So if that's something that you're looking for, I would like to understand that as well.
Okay.
Well, I'll just confess I'm getting a little bit wrapped around the axle here. And I feel like I don't know if what you're suggesting is providing some guidance in a letter. Some of the stuff that was talked about around the table, which seems efficient, but I think there's also a regular review that Brian was mentioning that typically happens, that the SSC mentioned in their report. So I think there's two different things, but I'm not sure.
Dr. Burton?
Yeah, thank you. There are two different things. I'm inviting a discussion about trying to be cognizant of our workload and basically say we have some great scientific institutions that are doing this work. How involved do we need to be in that work? And so what I've suggested is, instead of having council resources and capacity used to help iterate with that work, that we trust our scientific partners to do it. and we still hear about it, at this time of the year, we consider it and provide feedback in the form of a letter rather than having us be involved in that scientific product. So that's a partial answer to your question. I'm pausing now after the exchange that Ms. Ridings and I just had because we have very different impressions of what this is for, I think. So I don't know how to move forward if we don't have the same understanding of what the work product is for.
Corey?
Okay, I'll take another go here. Appreciate the clarification, and thanks, Heather, for asking that question. That helped me too. It has been kind of the tradition in terms of the ESR that there's our science topics that are brought, I think it's usually every fall, maybe it was every other fall for a while. And the concept around it, at least that I understood, was the IEA folks who make the ESR want everything in there to be as useful as possible for this council and the folks who come to these meetings. And so the design of that product has specifically evolved over the years. And they've done, in my opinion, a really good job of being responsive to everything they've gotten from the council and the advisory bodies over the years to make that report as good as it can be for use by this council. And part of that has been when they take on a new big topic or the council says to them, hey, we're interested in this thing, whether it came up on the floor, it came from an advisory body, that they say, okay, well, we want to develop our methodology around that with your SSC ecosystem subcommittee to make sure that it's passing scientific muster and that it's doing what is going to be useful within the council and for the council. So that has been at least the tradition for, I guess, the last 10-ish years since we started getting an ESR. So, Merrick, I'm very sympathetic to we do have to think about always prioritization and completely agree with you. I have utmost trust in our NMFS partners and scientists. I think the goal has been how can they do the best job to serve us? And then on top of that, when that new information comes in, can we trust it? Has it passed scientific muster so we can look at that report and say, yeah, I'm confident making an important decision based on this information. So that's going to be my history.
Well, thank you for that. That was really helpful to me, a reminder of how this works and that it's really the IEA team that's saying we really need the SSC's review and input on how we're planning to incorporate this new information into the report. And it's way better to do it before they put all their time and energy into it. And then we say, well, did you think about this? So, okay, I really appreciate that. Thanks. It seems like a valuable use of time.
I got to maybe go ask the question. When you talk about BSIA, you talk about the report that we just saw today, or the presentation, you wanted that deemed BSIA? Or I'm just kind of connect those dots, if you could for me.
Thanks, Chair. Absolutely. I'll give it a stab. I'll also note that I think, yes, he's still sitting there behind me. If we want to bring up Dr. Moore at any point, maybe we could do that because I suspect he's more of an expert than me. In terms of a BSIA determination, the specific components that are brought for review. So for example, the glider data that's being discussed now, that would be, the SSC is recommending is part of that meeting in the fall. The IEA program can come present those materials to the SSC subcommittee, and the SSC subcommittee can deem that as BSIA and say that it is scientifically relevant and important to be used by the council for decision making. May I call Dr. Moore back up here?
Sure.
Yeah, he's participated in more of those meetings than I have, so I'm going to defer to his knowledge on this.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Corey's summary is accurate. BSA may not be the best term because that does have certain like MSA implications. So it's, I guess like suitable for use in management or decision making. In terms of how this information is used, there's been a lot of discussion of PDO on the floor over the last couple of days. That is a product that's in the ESR. The stoplight charts and refinements to those are also, they may not be writing policy around it, but they are, they do influence how decisions are made. And so the overall goal is to review the new data products that are being developed, get a fresh set of eyes and folks who are deeply involved in the fisheries process and the council process to have a look at them and provide more feedback and input. From this last year's report, or from the November 5th SSE Ecosystem Subcommittee meeting, that's when we reviewed the krill and crab megalopy items. And the Ecosystem Subcommittee provided feedback to the technical folks on what was there. And so they can take that. And then the SSC at this meeting reviewed the subcommittee's report and suggested a few minor changes and then endorsed it for use, or supported the report. Hopefully that made some sense.
Okay, I guess when I hear BSIA, I get a little bit edgy if I'm not fully understand where we're going, because it's just so I guess what did we do last year at this stage? We got the report. Is what Corey's asking anything different than what happened last year? And I don't remember endorsing this to move forward in the process as she is, because if the council wouldn't do anything, what would happen?
Well, the SSC does work at the discretion of the council.
Okay.
And so if I remember from last year correctly, the review topics are a standard part that comes with the ESR report. And then the SSCES subcommittee has in the SSC's workload planning does have a meeting penciled in for this. And so it's typically the council, approves the recommendations, and then the subcommittee proceeds with helping with the planning of the meeting. I may not have that quite right. I relied quite heavily on Kristen Marshall in the past because she was very good at that.
Okay. Heather Hall.
Thank you, and thank you for the help. My understanding is this isn't asking for anything that we haven't been doing every year at this time. The thing that's a little bit different is taking a different approach and not having this review. That would be the thing that's being proposed that's different. And maybe this is a discussion for workload planning, I don't know, or future meeting planning, but I was just understanding this to be the process we normally go through to incorporate new information into the ecosystem reports and give the IEA team a chance to engage with the SSC Ecosystem Subcommittee.
Dr. Burton.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate this discussion. I apologize that I've made it a difficult one. My concern is still about just workload. So we started the meeting saying, I'll put it this way, I've talked to current and former SSC members who have just been like, this is too much, like we can't keep this up. And we have 3 vacancies on the SSC. I think that's partly the reason. We also have just a reduced capacity across our entire council system at the moment because of turnover and newness and less financial capacity to bring in contractors and all sorts of things. And so what I'm trying to do, in some ways, is to treat this meeting as the review. Like, we got this great report, our advisory bodies provided us some feedback, and we can say, is this helpful for the next iteration? Or do we have to have a SSC subcommittee meeting while we're going through the stock assessment process, using many of the same people who were involved in that process in this reduced environment, and try to force all that together again. And I'm wondering if that's really what we want to do. We'll try it if that's what you want to do.
Heather?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Excuse me. I don't think this is trying anything new. It's just doing what we're doing. And the SSC report did say they were interested in doing this and having the opportunity to do it. Didn't hear them saying we're struggling to not be able to accommodate doing what we've been doing. And I say this all with respect for where you're trying to come from, is doing things different and recognizing workload. But I don't know that there's a big council staff workload on that. And I could be very wrong, but yeah, that's just the way I'm thinking through it, and could be too simplistically.
Asia?
Thank you, Chair. And just to try to tease this out a little bit more with you and what you're saying, Heather, I think what I'm hearing from you, Merrick, is that it's not necessarily the council staff workload too, it's also the SSC workload and like their prioritization and ability to pull in other items at this moment. If they've already reviewed this now, like does that have to happen twice? And could it free up the SSC to focus on other priorities as well that are important for other parts of our process? I think it's sort of a balancing across things, if I'm hearing that correctly. And I welcome anybody to correct me if I am not understanding that.
Corey?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Ms. Shamilo. Just to add to that a little bit, maybe answer your question. In what we're looking at now, the SSC has said, okay, we talked about last year's, we endorse them. We think they're good, they're technically sound, they should be included in the report next year, they can be used. And when they're looking at potential topics for this year, they're saying, okay, move this glider one forward. Don't do that second one because we shouldn't be doing that, that's somewhere else. And we have this other idea for a second one. And we will technically review them in September, as we do every year with this process, or almost every year with this process. So they're interested and they're making a recommendation to the council that, hey, these are topics we think you might think are interesting and worth it. And if you think so, then in the fall, we'll technically come together for half a day to review them and then come back the following March and say either yay or nay, these passed technical muster or they didn't.
Okay. Well, what's the will of the council? Director Burton?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciated this discussion, and I've learned something by it. I would say I think what I would like to, I don't want us to not move forward here, right? And so your task is to consider the report and then consider the review topics for 25. And so I would still think it would be important to identify what those topics are. We have another time and chance to take up workload management if we do convince ourselves that there's probably a different way we want to take this on or not, and that would be under workload planning. So that would be another time to talk about the body of our work and how to accomplish it. So I would suggest that you still take up part 2 here. What are the topics that are important to you? And one way or another, we will figure out how to get that done.
Okay. All right. Heather?
Well, yeah, I'm good with endorsing the recommendations in the SSC report and their recommendations for the things moving forward. Did I mishear you? I think that's a good way to move forward, and maybe I'll let Ms. Natta speak up.
Lynn Mattis?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Ms. Hall was just slightly quicker on the raise hand than I was. That I thought we'd already done that when we talked about moving forward with what the SSC had recommended in their report. With considering it, if they're the ones who are recommending we consider it and move forward, I think we should. So agreeing with Ms. Hall on what I think I heard you asking.
Okay. What else? Anything else? Oh, Vice Chair Hassemer.
Apologize, maybe I'm going to mess this up here, but the SSC recommendations, I'm reading, what they have. They're supportive of that. I'm thinking about their first recommendation, but well, in their words, it's supportive of reviewing the first topic, provided that the CCIEA team provides concrete examples of new data types. I guess I haven't heard when they would get that. Maybe that's part of the process if we focus in on that part. Their other one was absent those concrete examples in a workshop. Thinking about workload and timing and all of that, right now I'm less supportive of the workshop approach, but having them look at something specific. So yeah, I support the SSC, us moving forward with that, but maybe a little more definition to what exactly they do, or is that we need to think about that and come back under workload and be more specific about it.
Thanks, Pete. Lynn? And then
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to a little birdie, I've been reminded of Section 2.1 in the FEP that says each year at the SSC's September meeting, the SSC will review the selected proposed research during the September meeting with participation with the Ecosystem Advisory Subpanel and Ad Hoc Ecosystem Work Group as appropriate. So that's already built into the FEP to have the review in September. I know the FEP isn't exactly a TOR, but it is built into the language of the FEP.
Okay. Heather?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Mattis. I think that's explaining what I think Ms. Ridings was getting to when she said that this is something we've been doing for 10 years. And I think what the FEP description does is lay out the process for it, and we've just been following that process. And for the reasons, that the SSC has asked for. So.
Gilly? I'll turn to you.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe were you looking for a sort of a check-in on where you are? Yep. Excellent. Oh, sorry.
I don't know. I went to Gilly. Corey, what do you got?
Thanks, Chair. I was going to just note, I don't know, Mr. Hassemer had my brain cranking there for a little bit. So I was going to respond to that and hopefully be of some assistance to Ms. Lyons in wrapping this up, which was just to say that I think, Mr. Hassemer, to your concerns, I think that is the sort of thing that might have to be decided sort of down the road or over the summer when that became available. And my interpretation of reading the report is we would be leaning on the expertise of the IEA and NMFS to decide how to do that at that point, whenever that was. I also just wanted to note, in addition to sort of these topics being generally good, also noting that we had a couple other advisory bodies provide us with reports that were useful. I don't think there's any action items in those other 3 reports, but just to note that so the IEA folks moving forward can hear it clearly, that at least I agree with what they talked about and thought they provided some useful suggestions for next year's report. So just making it really clear that the folks that develop next year's ESR can and should use those recommendations from our advisory bodies. And then in terms of next steps here, moving forward with the SSC's sort of topic recommendations and to Director Burden's concerns about workload. Ms. Hall definitely triggered my memory. And to be honest, I haven't really thought about work planning quite yet in this meeting, but the SSC always does a really nice job of providing us a very detailed table of what their upcoming meetings, workshops, plans, webinars, et cetera, I haven't looked at the one for this meeting yet, but I'm assuming there's probably one in there maybe already. And so thinking about prioritization or coming back to this in work planning, we could bring that again up at the end of the meeting and get some more information from the SSC at that point about how this fits into their other priorities. And maybe even in the meantime, before the end of the week, I, for one, have some questions about, the important thing to me that I like thinking about this process is really getting the council's input into the topics that go into this report. And so if the IEI program is going to go ahead and work on this regardless, that's one thing. But for me, making sure that the council's input is part of that annual process remains important. So I may phone a couple IEA friends over the week just to get a deeper understanding myself of the necessity of that. So in line with what Director Burden says his goals are about making sure we're prioritizing and being thoughtful about how we're spending time. I hope that was helpful. Welcome input.
Okay, thanks, Court. Gilly.
Great. Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And I believe that you have completed your action for this agenda item. You've had a great discussion about the ecosystem status report and a robust discussion about the science review topics for 2025. And if I understand the situation correctly, there, I think it's general agreement to endorse the SSC's recommendations as they are written in their report, and then perhaps revisit the conversation about the exact game plan going forward during workload planning discussion on day last.
Okay. Very good. So we're putting a fork in this baby. We're done, right?
I believe so. Thanks very much.
Okay. I'll turn to Director Burden for any comments for tomorrow. About tomorrow?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations, everyone, on successfully working through a modified agenda, and appreciate your flexibility as we are responsive to some of the constraints with our NOAA partners. Just a reminder about tomorrow, the change in the agenda does apply to tomorrow too. So after we go through call to order in the morning, we will go into marine planning. So that's D2. And that is a change from the original agenda that was in your original briefing material. After that, the agenda should flow as was originally scheduled. So after planning, we'll go back into salmon is currently the plan, and they're making headway. And should be available for that next salmon check-in after we get through marine planning, and then take up the groundfish matters, so H3, which is the Pacific whiting item, and then H4, which is groundfish assessment methodologies, and following that is the Cordell Bank Conservation Area revision. So all of that was as originally scheduled, except for the start of the day, which is